Alrighty, well, welcome to this week's Tokwa Ask Us Anything. It's actually the first Ask Us Anything in 2 weeks, because this time last week we were at the Rose and Crown Hotel in Guildford, which was a pretty good turnout actually. It was a pleasant evening had by all, and yeah, quite a rewarding thing to do. This week in news, well, it's actually this fortnight in news. I've sort of looked around a little bit at some of the Tesla news, and there's not really an awful lot, to be honest. But there's a bucket load of SpaceX news. So obviously, a couple of weeks ago, SpaceX had safely returned 4 astronauts from the ISS after being in space for about 6 months, and that was the Crew 1 mission, which was, you know, a great demonstration of what private enterprise can do, and in particular SpaceX. So that was a great achievement. That was actually in a reused Dragon capsule, and a reused first stage, which was pretty awesome. And finally, I think it was last week, SpaceX safely landed their Starship prototype. I don't know whether Elon Musk was sort of happy or disappointed. One of the first things he said is, "Oh, we're going to give it another flight." And I thought, why is that? Because it didn't blow up the first time. But yeah, it was pretty cool. And as we can see in Nigel's background, that's the before photo. And we've got a couple of after ones, which are sort of a bit close up, but they're kind of interesting. This is actually one of the, they put on heat shielding tiles, and we can see a couple of them broke, so they can always say it didn't go perfectly well. And you can actually see one missing on this shot. And the last shot, it's pretty cool. It sort of looks a little bit like scales really on a snake, I guess. But the main thing, as you can see on the right, of course, is that it basically landed safely, which was pretty cool, notwithstanding the flames that we all saw that Nigel mentioned before we started. And carrying on the SpaceX.
There you go. That's it.
Oh, that's it. Oh, nice shot. Yes, that's it. Beautiful. Couple of flames, nothing to worry about there. It's just keeping the moisture down on the concrete, that's all.
The flames were nominal.
Yes, they were nominal. Exactly right. Now, in further SpaceX news, it's basically announced that it has over 500 reservations for its Starlink service, which is pretty cool. And of course, at $99 a month, that represents a potential revenue of in excess of $600 million per annum, which is not bad for starters. So that's, you know, obviously SpaceX are going, you know, up and beyond what anyone ever thought they could do. So that's pretty cool. Now, in the little bit of Tesla news I've got, Tesla's executive Mark Twidell at a conference in, I think it was South Australia, declared something interesting, which was that Australia has the raw materials in abundance like no other nation on Earth. And to that he was basically referring to lithium. And that's really interesting because there's no secret that Tesla are actively seeking out lithium sources worldwide, and Australia is really a hot button source of that resource. And clearly other resources such as some of your rare earths that are used for permanent magnets, which obviously the cars feature. So yeah, that was quite interesting that Mark there, he was actually appearing on behalf of Robin Denholm, who couldn't attend. So it's good to see.
Nickel?
Sorry?
We've got nickel, haven't we?
And we've got nickel. In fact, I think it's been said that we've got every single resource needed except for one, and I don't know what that one was. Because I think we actually even have a bit of cobalt, to be honest, but perhaps not.
I think we've got some iron somewhere.
We've got a little bit of iron, yeah, and we've kind of got a bit of aluminium or aluminum or alumina. So yeah, we are pretty much girt by resources, really. And you know, let's hope that Tesla seeks them out and does us a deal for them, and hopefully we can. We have got that battery. is it Lithium Valley or Battery Valley that we were going to develop, or we are developing
Well,
in
it
Kwinana?
would be nice if we utilised all these resources that we've got and create battery factories. There's a perfect opportunity there, I think, for someone to get going with that. Don't ask our government for help though, because they'll just go, batteries, we don't need those, it's not coal.
Is there any hydrogen in batteries? No, probably not. Although nickel metal hydride sounds like there's a bit of hydrogen there somewhere. Okay, and the last bit of news I've got is that we had a little racing meet, and it was actually great fun. It was the Power Play. Sorry, I've just got to get the right screen. It was the Power Play inaugural plaid. Well, basically, the bit of news is that Peter McMullen had won TOCWA's inaugural Power Play Plaid Plus electric go-kart trophy, and that's Peter right there. And along with all the other people here in the shot, they are also trophy winners for various heats that were staged at the whole meet, which went for about 3 hours. And it was really cool. It just goes to show that, you know, a whole lot of EV enthusiasts are going to want to continue riding EVs, even if just for pleasure. And yeah, it was a really good meetup. And you know, big shout out to Pete there for basically proposing it and running it. So that was really good. And suffice to say that that's our first meetup and not our last, or meet and not our last. So we'll be definitely doing that at least once a year, and possibly a little bit more often than that. I know Ken, who is on lurking, the two of us basically said after the end of the races that, yeah, we'll definitely be going back, even if just to get some practice in. But yeah, that was a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, there was lots of calls to make it an annual event, so, or at least an annual event. So
at least, yeah.
We got to go back to break 20 seconds.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, maybe we could do an annual event for a trophy, and then perhaps a biannual or semi-annual, whatever you call it, twice a year, or a little bit more often as a non-trophy, but just a practice sort of meetup. Because I think there's quite a few of us will be in on that. But yeah, it was pretty good. And we had a lot of testers in the car park, and that was fantastic. And yeah, a lot of fun. In spite of the mask situation and stuff, which is suboptimal, but hey, it was okay because you didn't have to wear a mask and a bit of balaclava on, so that was a bonus. But yeah, that was pretty good.
Keep an eye out on Saturdays West. There may be a quick little write-up about the event and a couple of things. So it's not 100% that the article is going to appear, but there's a good chance that it will, possibly on page 4.
Wow.
The motoring section.
Oh, also, right, sorry, motoring section. Sorry. I thought we'd be right next to the cartoon. That would be cool.
No. So, yeah, not sure how the article is going to come out, but there should at least be a mention about the event.
Yeah, cool. Excellent. And look, and it's great to see mainstream media, if you want to call it that, actually being prepared to put up articles and to, you know, talk about EVs in possibly more kind terms and more on the basis of, look out, they're coming and they're going to come hard. And, you know, there are some naysayers that say, oh, that's an issue, we have to get ready for them. But really, the only thing we need to get ready for is the regret that everyone will have for not getting them sooner. You know, so, you know, they'll be coming up on forums like this one saying, oh, gee, I wish I bought it last year because it's just awesome. But yeah, that's all good. Now, speaking of new people, I think I might see some new faces. So if this is your first time, please put your hand up. Shane, welcome. And I was going to say 61401. I don't want to treat you like a number, but currently you are one. Well,
Yeah,
welcome.
yeah.
Hang on.
Never used Zoom before. Don't know how to make the name on there.
Sorry, what's your name, sir?
Eric.
Eric. Welcome, Eric. We
Yeah.
already said welcome to Shane and Brett, I'm guessing.
Adam.
Oh, Adam. Right. Cool. No worries. Yep. Welcome, Adam.
So, Mr. 61401, if you take your mouse over your picture, you've got a blue box with 3 dots on it. If
Yeah.
you click on that, and then you can click on rename, and then you can change your name.
Okay. That's how you do it.
And the good thing is for those who are watching on YouTube, because this is recorded to YouTube, you don't have to worry, the names aren't shown on YouTube. So people only know who you are if they can remember that far. Well, I guess I could always rewind, couldn't they? But anyway.
By the way,
And
this is Sam.
Oh,
I
Sam.
don't think, yes, I haven't got a picture there. I have joined you a couple of times, but I never introduced myself.
Oh, welcome, Sam. Now I'm guessing that Sam, Eric, Shane, and Adam, you've all got Model 3s.
I got
Yeah.
the Model S.
Oh, wow. Sam, oh, cool. Okay, Sam, of course you had to be different. Awesome. Awesome. So you've actually got what, and I presume a fairly new one at that.
Yeah, yes, I got it actually last year.
Cool.
Yeah.
Because now you can't get them for love nor money, at least new ones,
That's right.
for another 18 months. Speaking of which, Ken, have you checked for Model Y yet? Is it available yet? Is it still stay updated?
You won't be surprised to know just before I logged in, I checked, and yes, it's not orderable yet. I was having a gentle moan about that on Twitter today because Alex from Los Angeles posted a picture of his new Model Y with the unplugged performance, lowered suspension, and I'm going, oh, so that's exactly what I want to do. But
Have you got that on Twitter? Just can you post that up? Is that easy for you to do?
I can find it. Yeah, I might need to switch to my PC, but I'll grab it. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yes, no, as most of you are aware, there's a few of us in this room that are absolutely itching for a Model Y.
What about the
Yeah,
Cybertruck?
Oh, well,
Yes, Cybertruck.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying, but I guess I'm happy to say that the Model Y will come before the Cybertruck. And probably
Is that true that Cybertruck is too big for our roads?
no, it's a furphy. It's possible it may be too big for European roads if it's designated as a passenger vehicle or similar in a certain class. But for instance, in Australia, there's no issue with its size because, as we all know, there are F-150s, there are F-250s, there are Suburbans, there are Rams, which are significantly larger than the Cybertruck. So there's certainly not going to be an issue with the size of the Cybertruck. There's go on.
So as the regulations stand in Australia at the moment, the Semi may be a little bit too wide.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
But the Cybertruck's perfectly fine.
Yes, that's right. I think our width limit is 2.4 meters.
2.5.
2.5.
2.5, and the Semi is 2.5.
Yeah, there's 2.53. There's two versions,
Yes.
and the other one's 2.55. Yep.
But for the Cybertruck, it's not a size issue. There's a persistent thought that Elon said that he would not be homologating the Cybertruck for worldwide consumption and primarily European consumption. And then it's been said by motoring journalists, including Toby Hagen on radio, that, well, according to him, the Cybertruck won't come to Australia because it won't meet all the standards, all the European standards. And he basically stated that Australia complies with all the European standards. Now, I kind of disagree with some of what he said. So I think, I think there's no doubt the Cybertruck's coming here in the size, in the US version. The only thing that might be of issue is some of the, I don't know whether it's pedestrian features or anything like that that we may have in excess of the Americans, but I don't think so. I think we're safe. It's just that we're gonna have to wait a long time. I mean, we're thinking of like 2023 at a minimum, absolute minimum. And it could be deep into 2023 or dribble into early 2024, unfortunately. But anyway, but yes, the Semi at the moment is too wide, slightly too wide for Australian roads. But we have a harsher standard than even the Europeans as far as width. And all we need to do is really meet the Europeans or preferably the US standard, and it'll be fine. And we've mentioned this a couple of weeks ago on Ask Us Anything. It's something that Tesla has approached the regulators for to change, as have several other transport organisations, whether that's manufacturers or I think there were some transport companies have in unison basically petitioned the regulators to widen the maximum width of trucks. And I think it's quite logical that they will do that because they'll see the immediate benefits of opening up the fleet to all the worldwide models, including the Tesla Semi. So I think we'll be pretty safe there.
Harold, speaking of Tesla approaching the government or authorities, I think there's one thing they should approach the government with, and that's the luxury car tax. So luxury car tax was introduced to protect the Australian car industry. We no longer have a domestic car industry, so it's a legacy tax that's penalising the take-up of EVs because it's unfairly taxing electric cars that naturally have a higher upfront cost but low operating costs throughout the life. And what Tesla could do is they could just govern down the battery to, let's say, a 50-kilometre range, and then you could unlock it through the app by paying, and they could make the car cost, I don't know, $50,000 or $68,000 just underneath the threshold, and then you could pay the extra $50,000 or whatever it is for a high model car and unlock the full range of the battery post-purchase. So they could easily get around the luxury car tax. I mean, no doubt the government would probably then try and close that loophole somehow, but they should just do it just to draw attention to this silly tax.
Yes, one of the best things we can hope for is a free trade agreement with Europe, with the EU, because I've heard that they have, one of their preconditions to there being an FTA with the EU is, and Germany was big on this, but the EU in general as a bloc had this precondition, and that was for LCT to be abolished. So that, I believe, stands as a precondition. I don't know how far we are along with an FTA with the EU. Obviously, COVID and other things have slowed everything down. But I think you're right, Pete. Hopefully, the LCT is on its deathbed, and it's in a sunset sort of phase. But then again, it's a very any tax is addictive, and I guess it notionally does cost a fair bit of money, or they have to forego a fair bit of revenue in giving it up.
Well, we just spent $589 billion yesterday, and didn't cut back on anything, and we've announced net debt of $1 trillion by 25. So, but yeah, for an individual on the most expensive Tesla, I think it's something like $40,000 or $50,000 in tax. You can buy another car for just the tax component. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite outrageous just how big that tax is. I mean, if you were to look, say, at a Model S, which again we can't get until the end of next year, but basically, it doesn't take many mouse clicks to work out that if you get, well,
Gotta go
let's
flat
go
cost.
for the dearest version. If you get a vehicle that's basically headlines at $202,000.
37,590.
Yep, that's in luxury car tax, and then stamp duty, which is another thing that in this case it's state governments are addicted to, is $15,000.
Yeah.
And that's just outrageous amount of money. That's a pretty flash car. That's nearly, in fact, an SR Plus Model 3, just in tax. In fact, speaking of which, one thing that might surprise some people here is that in Germany, if you sell a second-hand car, there is zero conveyance cost. So
it's exactly the same in the UK as well, Harold.
Oh, well, there you go. So you could buy a brand new car, keep it for a few weeks or months or something, and decide just to, or have an ICE car, and when you go to sell it, it would cost you nothing to sell it. And then you could buy yourself a 5-month or 6-month-old Tesla because that person has bought something better, like a better version of the same thing, and have zero cost to buy it, to transfer it. And yet in Australia, it costs between thousands and tens of thousands of dollars to do that.
In South Australia, you can do that with a house. There's no stamp duty on property in South Australia.
Really? We should all move over there. Actually, we'd be closer to all the superchargers as well. But anyway, yeah, there's nothing good about it. And like you say, Pete, how much is it? 580 billion yesterday?
$589 billion. Yeah. And zero of that went towards electric vehicles. Zero went to electric car chargers. Zero went to solar PV. Zero went to battery energy storage. But $500 million to hydrogen, and I don't know how much to carbon sequestration or carbon capture and storage, as they're now calling it.
Yes. Yeah.
And no cuts to fossil fuel subsidies.
Yeah, it's just a bit sad, really. Oh, now speaking of which, Rob, you tweeted out that a Polly was talking about the WA Electric Highway and seemed to be a bit pessimistic as to its timeline.
Yeah, that was on Triple M statewide, and she was.
So who was she?
Amber Jade Sanderson. She's the Environment Minister. She's only been in that position for a few weeks, and because she was Triple M statewide are driving the Tesla up to Kununurra. They started this morning.
Yep.
And they got her on and said, "How's the charging infrastructure?" And she was saying, "Oh, in a few years' time, we'll have DC chargers all around the state." But and then she sort of at the end she said, "Oh, like in 3 or 4 years' time, we'll have chargers." So obviously she's hasn't been kept up to date, or she let something slip there.
That's funny, actually, Rob. It's been topical because about 3 hours ago, she replied to an email I sent her on the 6th of April, asking this exact question. Almost the whole thing was waffle, apart from the last paragraph saying it should be entirely built by 23, I think, the end of 2023.
So from the last advice that we had, Harold, you and Rob, I think, were, and Chris Jones from AEVA were on that call where the timeline was for the charging infrastructure to be started and finished in 2022.
Yes. That's right.
So it hasn't even started yet. It's only been a couple of months, and is it now being pushed back another year? Is it? Surely not.
Let's hope not. Let's hope that the Environment Minister was mistaken, because it was stated that this year was all to do with planning, which is fair enough, I guess. And next year would
So-
be effectively install. And the install, as we all know, it's super quick. You can install most of these things within day. Well, it takes hours to install, but you've got a bit of site preparation, pulling conduits, running power. That takes a few days. But it can all be done concurrently because you can use your local contractors. So your local electrical contractors, local civil works, and you could knock these over if you're motivated in a few months.
So Harold, I'm literally read you out what she replied to me today.
So who was this? Who was this, Richard?
So no, this is Amber Jane Sanderson.
Right. Now she's the Environment Minister.
She is.
The state environment minister.
Yes. Yeah.
State Environment Minister. She said installation will begin as soon as practicable, with almost all chargers planned to be operational by the end of 2023.
Almost all.
Yes, I know.
Come on.
Political speak for a few might be working.
How many kilowatts?
Well, quite. There's no detail.
probably,
anything.
probably 11.
Yeah.
Well, they'd only allocated 21 million, and that basically
Well,
means
actually, sorry, and on that, she says the investment of up to 20 million.
yeah,
It's
well, they're
supposed
not
to be
gonna
21
put
million.
50 they're not going to put 50
Well,
kilowatt chargers in for that money to cover the state.
I mean, I'm literally reading out the investment of up to $20 million requires planning to ensure the best value to the state is achieved and the charging network delivers a seamless and efficient customer experience.
Bullshit.
Eye roll. Synergy and Horizon Power are consulting with key industry, local government, and non-government stakeholders to inform final decisions on aspects of the charging network, including site selection and power level of the stations. Following completion of the design process, key implementation steps will include the release of a request for tender for the charging stations, electricity network augmentation works, or deployment of standalone power systems, installation and commissioning of the stations. That's
Yes.
literally hot off the press today.
Cool. Awesome. Nice work. So the standalone power supplies, that obviously goes without saying, will be at the roadhouses, and that it's basically all of, well, many of Horizon Power's sites. So the way this WA Electric Highway works is that for all locations that are connected to the Southwest Interconnected System, which is the SWIS, that'll be run by Synergy, installed or owned and run by Synergy. And for everything else that's not connected to the SWIS, so basically everything up north and to the far east of us, such as Esperance, Norseman, I think Norseman, and others, they will be owned and run by Horizon.
That's called the NWIS, so Northwest Interconnected System.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. So along your roadhouses like Pardue, Sandfire, etc., they will obviously need to be, I believe they're going to be solar powered with battery storage and that will clearly be 50 kilowatt tritium type chargers because, you don't want to pull too much power. But at towns, it's going to be a minimum of 150 kilowatts. I don't think there'll be a lot of 350 because, as we all know, the 350s are expensive. You've got to give them you've got to provide a lot of power, but there are no cars that can actually use the full power that you're paying for. So it just doesn't make sense at this stage to do that. It makes much more sense to have 150 kilowatts that'll get most cars, 600, 700, 800 kilometers per hour charging speed. And not cost the earth to install or buy.
How much do 150 kilowatt, say, tritium chargers cost? They cost $100,000, don't they?
Yeah, about that. Yes.
So how many of those are you going to be able to buy with 20 million?
Okay.
You're going to be able to buy 200, and that does not include fitting and.
Yes.
And Nigel, here's another question. So there's a company I think called FreeWire. I think it was on the podcast Our Ludicrous Future when they were talking about fast DC chargers. I think they might be 120 or 150 kilowatt chargers, but they have 160 kilowatt hours of battery storage in them. So you can pretty much put them on the edge of grids, even on like a 20 amp power supply. So, you know, you wouldn't need to increase capacity charges. And then that will sort of slowly trickle charge up. And then, you know, when you come along with a Model 3 and, you know, you can dump in as fast as you can, and then you're on your way again. So, you know, just with the uniqueness of sort of our remote, you know, grid, I wonder if that might be a much more appropriate solution than, you know, than chargers that have to deliver what they can provide or what they are connected to.
Yep. Well, I think there are about 40. There's about 40 locations, so that's about $500,000 per location. Yep. So the 20 million, there's nothing wrong with the 20 million. That's plenty of money. That will get enough. That's enough money to basically put chargers throughout the state. Well, sorry, they're not going throughout the state. They're going from Esperance along the coastal route to Perth, and from Perth to Kalgoorlie, and Perth to effectively Broome, and then to across to Kununurra. They're not actually planning to do the inland. What is it? What's the highway?
Talking about through Kew and Meekatharra. You're talking
Sorry?
about going through Kew and Meekatharra. They're not doing that.
Yeah, highway number 95, going to make it, you know, through to Port Hedland. What's that highway called, right?
Great Northern Highway.
Great Northern Highway.
Great Northern. Sorry, yes, yeah. So there's nothing in Great Northern Highway. There was a map that the state government actually had on their Facebook page, which I don't have handy, but basically it showed the coastal route, and there was a little bit of the side shoots down south, and I think to Denham. I think Denham gets one in Shark Bay, but nothing on the inland route. So the greater southwest, or the wheat belt, for instance, they're not planning to put any charges there as part of this program. But $20 million is plenty of money, and you can get a lot of charges for that. There will be some that are quite cheap to install. For instance, in Geraldton, it's going to cost $5,000 or something like that to install a charger. But if you have to put a standalone power supply, that could cost a couple of $100,000. To put solar panels and battery storage. The great thing,
Harold, is let's be very clear on this though. It's not a money issue. It's not a technical issue. It's a human issue. You've got Western Power bureaucrats. You've got Synergy bureaucrats. You've got local Shire government bureaucrats, and you've got politicians that are pushing for hydrogen, and they do not want this electric car charging network in very quickly. So we have a human issue is the reason this will be held up. It's not technical or money. It's very clear. Let me make that very clear to everyone. That's the way. This is where we're at this moment.
I wonder how much they're going to charge us for the charge up.
to be honest, it doesn't matter.
Well, if it's 90 cents a kilowatt, it would.
It actually
not really.
It wouldn't, to be honest. To be brutally honest, I would have paid $2 a kilowatt hour on the Nullarbor if I could save the time. In fact,
but it's going to
And that's what happens with an ICE car as well. You go across the Nullarbor and you're paying twice as much as you are in town.
yeah,
Exactly.
It's no different.
Yeah.
So-
if it's tell you what, if it's 90 cents a kilowatt, it'll create a marketplace for other people to put charges in. So
Yeah.
actually,
Precisely.
let's make it $1.50 a kilowatt to start with.
I think Eric, the thing is, it won't be 90 cents.
But
It'll
when
be
you've
close. It'll be closer to 50 cents a kilowatt hour.
But when you've got an efficient 2-litre diesel engine, it'd be heaps cheaper to run that. So people won't bother getting electric.
Oh no, not at all. You do the numbers.
Well, we've got a Mercedes.
No, I've got a currently my Model 3 doesn't show up now. They just delayed it for another week. It doesn't show up till the start of next month now. But I'm currently running an i30, which is a pretty efficient little diesel. And the Model 3 should cost me about half what the i30 cost me. just in fuel.
But one thing to remember is if you look forward, Australia won't be able to be the only continent on Earth without a price on carbon. We will have to do something about it. So if you look forward, the only reason why it costs $1.50 in fuel is because you're not pricing in the carbon. So, you know, you can't, when you're at home, you can't throw your rubbish out onto the street. You've got to pay your council rates to get the council to come and pick up your rubbish. When you drive your car, you shouldn't be able to just emit the rubbish into the atmosphere and not pay anything for it.
Yeah, true. That's dead right. And once that externality is accounted for, so like for instance in Europe, fuel prices are tremendously expensive, and that's not because it's expensive to refine fuel in Europe or there's some sort of shortage. It's simply because of excise or taxation as a European policy to ensure that the true cost of the fuel is being accounted for, at least to some extent. But Eric, I think so. The point I was trying to get to actually was, in Perth, no one cares how much car charging costs, like fast DC charging, because virtually no one uses it, or should I say needs to use it, because we all just plug it home, right? So,
and if you've got a solar system, that's free.
And it can be effectively free. Yeah, exactly. So when you're in your home city, the vast majority of your EV charging logically occurs at home, unless there's some other economic reason why it wouldn't. And at the moment, that reason is because some shopping centres and some other places have free charging. And of course, the best of us, no matter how altruistic we are, we can't resist something that's for nothing.
Well, we use ours to go out down the south quite a bit.
Yes, well, the thing is, down south, there's already a price signal, and that's set at Treendale, at the fast DC charger there, just north of the Eaton superchargers.
Yeah,
and their price, I think, is 42 cents a kilowatt hour.
If you got an RAC card, you get 4 cents off or something, I think.
Yes. So so you connect your RAC membership to your ChargeFox account, and you do get that discount. So there's the price signal there. But say, for instance, if you're doing a long road trip, which we will be doing one day, to say Broome or Kununurra, to be perfectly honest, I would not care, because it's fast DC charging, I wouldn't care if it was $2 a kilowatt hour. It won't need to be. But when you're on a long road trip, what is valuable is your time. And trust me, I went on a road trip to Carnarvon, and it's 907 kilometers, and it took 7 hours and 5 minutes of daytime charging with AC charging the whole way.
People like us don't mind paying, but the ICE people will get upset about $2 a kilowatt.
Yes, but it's still cheaper. Then it won't be that. It just won't be $2 a kilowatt hour. It's not. None of that has been in the discussions about the highway at all.
But one thing to remember is, even if it's $10 a kilowatt hour, you're still a lot better off, because most people don't do those long road trips more than 2, 3, 4 times a year. So, the other 360 days of the year that you drive on average 40 kilometers a day, if you've got a solar system that's paid for itself, you're paying nothing. If you're charging power at night, you're paying you're paying a quarter as much as you would for your fuel for an average car. So the savings, the 360 days of the year, will more than outweigh the 3 or 4 times that you take your EV on a long road trip. But if that is such an issue, you're still better off buying an EV and renting a ICE car for the 3 or 4 times a year that you go on a long trip.
Yeah, I'm currently trialing how long I can go without paying for any electricity for my car, and I'm so far at about 6 weeks. I haven't paid 1 cent. I'm charging off the sun.
Excuse me.
It's the Scottish blood in me, If you do go on a long trip, then you've got to pay 50 cents a kilowatt. It still works out damn bloody cheap over the life of the car. I mean, I still go down to Bustleton and Bustleton Central, very handy.
Charge for free.
Exactly.
And Albany too. Kojonup free.
Yes.
Yep.
So I can quite happily travel around and not pay for anything. As I said, I've done 6 weeks. I'm going to see how far I can get going. Unfortunately, today the solar panels were only producing about 2 spare kilowatts an hour to put into the car. So I managed to add a few more percent to it, but it's up to it's up at about 67% now. So I can still do a few hundred Ks.
Yeah.
We very quickly forget what it's like on the other side. So my wife and I, we've had 2 EVs for 4.5 years, but we had a caravan and a big 4-wheel drive that used to sit in the shed, and we just brought it out to pull the caravan. So we sold the caravan recently, so we're selling the Lexus now, and I had to take it for a service. So the service was $1,000. There was a mirror that wasn't working, that was $1,000. The brakes were at just above 3 mil, and they said if it's down to between 2.5 and 3 mil, I really should change it. So I thought, look, I don't want anything on my head if I sell the car and something happens. Let's just do the brakes. So that was another $800. But once they did the brakes, then they found out there was something else that was wrong, which was going to be an extra $1,000. So the last couple of weeks, I've spent $4,500 on the Lexus. And this morning I went to fill it up, and it cost me $200 to fill the bloody thing up.
Filled up on the wrong day when it was $1.50.
No, it was $1.89 because I put premium fuel into it. And I had to stand there and, suck the petrol fumes in. It was freezing cold, and I had to go and line up and go and pay for it, and I had to go out of my way to find the petrol station. It's a nightmare. I don't know how people do it.
You couldn't watch Netflix whilst filling up, could you?
Exactly. Oh, I felt like I was in the dark ages. And then, actually earlier in the morning, I had the car at the dealership, and I'm walking into the dealership, and I'm trying to lock the car with the fob. So that's another new thing. So, I haven't had to do that for over 12 months with the Model 3. So here I am, I'm pressing, I'm thinking, oh, don't tell me the batteries have gone. So I've gone right up close to the car to try and lock it. And then I realized the bloody thing was still running. Forgot to turn it off. That's another thing you don't have to do with your Model 3. So, yeah.
I do that all the time. Do that all the time with the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I mean, speaking of services, I mean, my car's done 170,000 Ks and it hasn't had a single service. And that's a 7-seat SUV. Imagine if that was a Land Cruiser. That would have been thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
You could have bought a Hyundai i30 or whatever.
Yeah, actually,
like Shane has.
You leave my i30 alone.
Yeah, or an i20. I've actually got an i20, and I could have bought one of those for the service fee that I'd foregone.
Yeah.
But it's all good. And getting back to the charging thing, another one is that, for instance, if the state government lost their mind and had a really expensive fee, I think it was Pete that was saying, there'll be others that will come into that marketplace, including Tesla. So Tesla superchargers are 52 cents a kilowatt hour, I think.
Yeah, ChargeFox are beating Tesla at the moment. They got one in Westbourne.
And look, all kudos to them. I think ChargeFox's business model is to gain real estate effectively, gain first mover sort of position, or get the most sites they can before they even think about making any money out of it. I think Tesla is more balanced. 52 cents isn't expensive, but it's certainly not cheap. But, you know, I'd gladly pay that. Well, I'd gladly be able to pay for supercharging in Perth just quietly. I don't think I'd mind at all if that's what I wanted to do, but I mean, it's coming.
It's interesting that you've got onto this topic tonight because, I've been secret squirrel watching you guys on YouTube, by the way.
Cool. Well, welcome to the real world. Welcome to a live version of this.
Yeah, no, there's the odd night where I do fall asleep, I must admit.
Well, we're doing our job well then, because that's our stated aim is to cure everyone of insomnia.
Yeah,
At least you're honest.
it worked. So interesting that you get onto this topic because I was only doing some numbers just in the last couple of days actually on fast DC charging, and I had to make a few assumptions. I couldn't quite find what the actual outputs are on these DC chargers. I found the standard and I could read the standard, and yeah, sure, you can pump out some serious kilowatts according to the standard. But I was wondering, does anyone know what the actual voltage and amperage is that comes out of these 50 kilowatt fast DC chargers?
Yes. So
Harold will tell you exactly.
So for the 50 kilowatts, the standard is 125 amps. So that's the ceiling of, that's the most amount of current that they'll put out at a 50 kilowatt charger. So then as far as the total power, it's literally just the amps multiplied by your battery voltage. So most Teslas are in the order of about 400 volts, give or take. So when they're in a low state of charge on a 50 kilowatt charger, you can get as little as say 40 odd kilowatts, because even at the 125 amps, your battery voltage is around about low 300 volts when it's
so the charger is basically providing a voltage, right?
Well, the way the charger actually works is the car tells the charger how much current the car wants. The charger will simply increase its voltage supplied to the car, and it's the voltage that will push the amps into the battery according to its internal resistance at the time. So the harder you push the current, the more of it will flow. And then that sort of ramps up in pretty much a constant current mode. So you'll sort of, in general, get the 125 amps.
Yeah, so they're a constant current charger, not a constant voltage charger.
No, well, it is until it gets to a certain threshold, and then it maintains the voltage at that threshold, and the current will then naturally droop off as the state of charge rises. So that's 50 kilowatts. Now, the reason why before I was mentioning the ultra fast DC chargers, and there's not really much point in using them, their standard, and this is what Porsche was big on, because they've got an 800 volt pack, bearing in mind Tesla has a 400 volt pack. The CCS standard for the ultra high or ultra rapid chargers is they will put in a maximum of 500 amps into the car, but they can put in up to, I think it might be 1,000 volts, or it's certainly at least 800 volts. Now 500 times 800 is 400 kilowatts, but that doesn't happen. You obviously taper off the current initially. The irony is Porsche themselves, they spruiked that they were going to have a car that could be charged at 350 kilowatts, but it actually only ever came out at 270 kilowatts. And then subsequently, just a few weeks ago, they've announced that they will provide a free software upgrade, not over the air because they don't have that technology as Tesla does. You can make a booking at your Porsche dealer if you're prepared to go there, and they will for free send a software patch or install a software patch that limits your battery charging to 200 kilowatts. And they said that's for owners who are more concerned about the longevity of their battery and looking after their battery. So a Porsche at 800 volts on an ultra fast DC charger can charge at 200 kilowatts. Now a Model 3 at the same, if you get a Trendar with your long range Model 3, because the Standard Range Plus can't charge at the same rate, it's got a lower battery voltage, less cells. a performance Model 3 or a long range Model 3, regardless of the state of charge, can only charge up at Treendale at about 200 kilowatts, because it can only absorb 500 amps at, or sorry, it can only, sorry, the charger only supplies 500 amps at 400 volts, and that's 200 kilowatts.
Yeah.
So the cost of the extra, let's call it 150 kilowatts of modules, which are providing this theoretical 800 volt charge, is just wasted, completely wasted. And in fact, when we get Tesla version 3 superchargers, the Model 3s will be able to charge up at 250 kilowatts, because they basically jam in 625 amps into the car. Whereas CCS standard can only go up to 500 amps.
Yeah. The numbers I was doing, I was taking a fixed voltage arrangement. Sorry, I'm looking at something here.
Yeah.
Can't remember what I had. And I was making the assumption, what happens if I was assuming I could jam 600 volts into it.
No. So you must match the voltage of the pack.
Yeah.
Less its internal resistance. So the voltage is usually very close to what the pack voltage is.
Yep. So so the car's telling the charger what its pack voltage is.
No. Oh no, the charger knows that, because once the charger is connected to the battery, the voltage is there to see for all to see. It's
Right.
there.
Yep.
So
So then we go plus a few percent on that, and that gives us the current going the correct direction.
Yes, that's right. So then the car, all the car does is it tells the charger how much current it wants.
Right.
The maximum current. Because for instance, you go to a 50 kilowatt charger, and the car says, you can give me 150 kilowatts, and the charger goes, yeah, I'd love to, but I don't have that.
No idea. I was going to die.
Yeah.
I take it that's what happens at Katanning, by the way. I see the Katanning one's limited to 35 kilowatts.
Yeah, it's limited because the building it's in, which is that heritage building that I think the Dome Cafe is in, and there's a hotel next to it or part of it. It's basically that's the power limit of that building. So it's only 35 kilowatts.
Is that anywhere near the playground by any chance?
I don't know where the playground is.
The adult playground. You don't know the adult playground? There's an adult playground in Katanning, has been for years. For a long time it was rusted out, but now they've reopened it, like in the last, I think it reopened during COVID. And it's like slippery dips that are like, 20 and 30 meters tall, and
cool.
Swings that are like 15 meters high and things like that. It's good fun.
Yeah, right, nice. All I know is that it's at this. It was I forget, not a wool mill or something. It was some factory or something, and like I said, the Dome is there, and there's also it's the old Katanning Hotel or something. Oh, I'm not sure.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, in town, yeah, okay, yeah.
So, but yeah, that's basically how it works. So
what's the battery voltage on a model? Well, on most of our Teslas.
400 when it's full, roughly 400.
Right.
Depending on battery size. So that, it might be 375 and 410 or something, or well, it's roughly 400 actually.
Yeah.
So that's the range of voltages. But like I said, other car manufacturers have, like Porsche. Well, Porsche's one is 800. Now what they actually have is to charge at a 50 kilowatt old-fashioned charger like we have. They actually offer a DC to DC converter. So they have to carry around a DC to DC converter to up convert the 400 volts to 800 volts.
That's it's rather an efficient way to get volts too.
Yes, whereas all they had to do was split their battery pack in half and have two halves in series for your 800 volts.
Parallel, you mean? But
or split, in series for the 800, and then switch them to be in parallel for 400 volts. That's something I thought Tesla might do, because then they could offer very high charging at like a version 4 supercharger. And in fact, there was some sort of rumor that the V3 superchargers could go higher voltage, much higher voltage.
Musk said it would damage. He was worried about the battery not lasting as long.
And that's right. And that's why he poo-pooed when Porsche was announcing their 800 volt pack or their 350 kilowatt chargers. And I think he actually said, "Oh, is it only 350 kilowatts?" But that was probably more to do with the Tesla Semi, because it can actually draw some. Well, the new CCS standard for trucking or commercial vehicles is in excess of a megawatt of like 1,000 kilowatts of charging. So that's huge power going into a vehicle. But yeah, so Elon Musk, he did quite correctly say that you can choose one of two things. You can charge your car as hard as you like, but then you can also choose to not have the battery last very long. So, you can easily charge it probably at 500 kilowatts, but your battery will only last maybe 100,000 Ks instead of the, million Ks.
Does the 11 kilowatt charger, home charger, shorten the battery life because it's higher than the 15 amp? Or?
No.
Because I've noticed we've had our car for 6 months and it's dropped off a fair bit on the charge, like about 7 or 8%.
When you say charge, what do you mean? You mean the range?
Well, when you set the battery, when you set it on the app, it only goes up to 470 or 468. When we had it,
yep.
Yeah, when we had it, it was like 505, and it was a demo model. It had done 6,000, and now at 90%, it's only 420.
Eric, that could be not necessarily because of the battery degrading. It could be the calibration of the battery. So if you're constantly charging your battery to a certain level and discharging it to a certain level, it loses its memory and it forgets how big it actually is, and it can decalibrate. So you can try charging it to a higher level, to 90% or 95% a few times, and discharging it down to 10 or 5%, and that should adjust it a little bit. Also, with the degradation, it's not a linear curve, so the battery will degrade the fastest during its first 1, 2, 3 years of life, and then it will taper off, and the degradation will slow down quite markedly.
You don't have to leave it at the low state of charge, say overnight, for the battery to get recalibrated for the battery management system?
I don't think it has to be that long. You could do it at say 22%, because anything less than 20 and it stops basically charging the 12 volt battery. But even just overnight, it'll be fine. But I think many people will sort of have their car between, let's call it, 70 and 90%, and just go between 70, 90, 70, 90 continually. And like Peter is alluding to, the BMS, the battery management system, could get a little bit uncalibrated, and it becomes pessimistic because it's just not sure. So it'd rather give you a low number in range than mislead you with a high number. So then if you take it up to 95% and then down to say 20, that would probably be enough, even that excursion, for that range to be more accurate. You've also got Eric, you've got a Model 3, haven't you?
Yeah, performance Model 3. But
Yep.
we're getting, we can go down to Busselton and back and still have about 60 Ks range left when we get back.
Cool, because one thing that anyone that's got a performance Model 3, in fact, a performance Tesla for that matter, will find out is, and the reason why the range is, well, we'll find out that you get less range than its long range equivalent, even though the battery pack is the same. And the prime reason is, apart from your right foot, is basically on normal roads, you've got low profile sticky tires. So it's your performance tires that are robbing you of that efficiency. But again, it's worth it for the performance,
Oh yeah, they're awesome, the performance. Yeah, I drive it in manual most of the time because it's fun,
Yes. Yeah, but it's still great to put it on autopilot in start-stop traffic because that's just.
Yeah, when it's poor visibility on the freeway or on the highway, I put it in autopilot, especially at night.
Our problem is we don't have like a great ocean road like they do near Melbourne, so you don't really have that real driving road. But
there's still some pretty good ones. I put it on all the time, even just normal roads. It seems to operate pretty good. It doesn't glitch out much.
No, it has its moments. On the freeway, it doesn't like the, well, particularly the red lights for the trains on the train tracks. It will freak out and want to stop or at least slow down harshly. But yeah, you're right. It is pretty good. And
Yeah, we don't have full self-driving, so we don't have that problem.
No, and look, the good thing is there's no rush to get it per se. I mean, Elon Musk has stated that the cost of full self-driving he sort of implies it will continuously increase. The good thing is, and in fact, it is actually dearer in the States than it is here. So in dollar terms, it's the same in raw numbers, but when you adjust for currency, we're getting at about a 30% discount. So ours will go up because in the US it's about $10,000 and here it's 10,000 Australian dollars.
That's one of my worries, that it'll go up and I won't be able to afford it. I'm in an hour whether to get it or not.
Well, the good thing is you'll have at least a few days notice. So if and when Tesla decides to increase the price, they will announce that, and if they don't announce it, there'll be one of us will hear about it and know about it, and then we'll tell everyone. We'll obviously make sure we'll tweet it out and we'll send an email out warning everyone, and then all you need to do is just go on your My Tesla app and hit purchase, and it's a really frictionless transaction, and you'll receive it.
Mind you, I think if ScoMo gets in for another term, full self-driving won't be allowed for another 3 years anyway.
Well, I don't know. He might not. I wouldn't. He's certainly not pro EV, but full self-driving is technology, is motive. It doesn't matter what engine's in the car if it can drive itself. So I think Australia has actually been quite open with or receptive to driving aids. I mean, for instance, in comparison to the EU. We've got full autopilot and full navigate in autopilot, whereas in the EU, they can't even turn off. They have regulations that limit the amount of turning
circle.
Well, not just so much the turning circle, but the turning force that the car is allowed to exert, which then prohibits it from doing things like going off freeway off ramps. And in fact, in Europe, I don't know if you're familiar, but those off ramps are murderous because you've only got like 100 meters and you've got to come to almost a dead stop. They got the cloverleaf thing where we have long runoffs and long on ramps and long off ramps and all that sort of stuff. So,
and I think Smart Summons limited to 5. You're having to be within 5 or 6 meters of the car, the old version. So
Europe is quite unprogressive, and I think Australia is not that far behind the States per se. We get the features fairly soon after the Americans.
Can you use the summon like in America?
Yes, I just don't very often. But then my key fob battery is always flat, so it refuses to do it with a flat battery. But yeah, you can do car park summon.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I saw a little driverless bus in South Perth, Harold.
That's the RAC.
It's the RAC telebus.
Yep.
That's been around.
And I had to look twice, but I couldn't find a driver.
Do you know that bus actually drives backwards? It's notionally, it doesn't, it's really, it can drive either direction, but it's
geofenced.
Yes, but it also drives backwards because of the exit, the side exit is on the wrong side of the road for us. So it actually drives backwards most of the way, or all the way. Did you see it? Did it still have a a person with a flag at the corner of Mill Point Road and whatever it is when it turns right or left.
I didn't notice that. I saw it on the Esplanade on the, near the river, and it was stopped and people were going in it, but I saw it arrive. And
Yeah, cool.
it was quite cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a
And-
demonstration. It's been doing
Yeah.
that for a couple of years now, at least.
Yeah. Well, it was working well on Mother's Day. And I wanted to ask you, in the Perth Gallery car park, they have 3 bays for EVs, and they've just got a PowerPoint. So what do we use?
Sorry, which car park?
Where the art gallery is in Perth. It's
Yeah,
on
in the art gallery, on the
Yeah.
bottom level, yeah, there's 2 3-phase.
3 bays. Yep.
Yep. So
Right.
you'll
And
need
it's just got
you'll need
3 points, PowerPoints only. But I didn't check them out. What do we use?
Yep.
So have you
is that
got
the
a- have you
cultural
got a-
centre? Is that 2 Rose Street? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just bringing that up now. So
Yeah, I charge there pretty often. You need a 3-phase tail of some description.
Harold, can I jump in at this point?
Yes, Stephen.
I too have had difficulty, as you know, I brought it up before, with all the charging options that are available. I'm still not getting my head around it. But I did go online to EVSE, Electric Vehicle Charging Products and Installation, and spoke to a very kind gentleman who went through all the options for me. And I finished up ordering a Tesla Gen 2 connector adapter, which is used for 3-phase, and a Type 2 to Type 2 charging cable, so that I should have all the options covered. If the group considers it worthwhile, this chap's agreeable to come on Zoom call to be used as a resource. I can even make that happen.
Aren't those tails only 7 kilowatt?
Yes.
Yep, 7 kilowatts, but hey, better than nothing, eh?
Yeah, but when you're going on a long road trip, that extra is a bit better, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, just for reference, I'm just trying to bring up EVSE's website here, so you can see what they've got here, and I think you can go into.
That's the one I got.
Products. If you go to products, you can actually then go and tell them what car you've got. Oh yes, here we go, Tesla. And then it brings up all the adapters, everything that you can use for a Tesla.
Yep.
And you've got the there's a Type 2 cable somewhere. So the Gen 2 mobile connector, that's $155.
Yep, that's the one I got.
And you've got the Type 2 cable, which
5 meter in blue to match the blue of my car.
5 meter. Is that this one here, 258?
258, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, cool.
They're currently out of stock of those. I'm waiting. It'll be about 3 weeks. They said they can't keep up with demand.
Right. And then you've also got this charger here, which is interesting. This is good for 3-phase. You were mentioning, Carmen.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they have a cheap version of this, which is a 7 kilowatt version. I wouldn't recommend that, but they have a 22 kilowatt version, which is this one here.
That's the one I'm after, Harold.
Sorry, who was that?
It's Peter Terran. That was the one.
Yeah,
I was
yeah. Yes, Pete, and I'll talk to you in a sec.
Yeah.
So this one, they have for $1,395. Now, Tokwa have this same charger for $750.
That was actually one of the things I wanted to ask tonight, as I very nearly ordered myself a Type 2 cable on the weekend there as well. But I heard you guys mention that you sell these things.
Yep. And we have a Type 2 cable that for non-members is $300 and for members is $265.
Yeah.
But it's a 7 meter cable with a carry bag.
Sounds good.
Sorry, it might be 7.5 meters. I think it's actually 7.5.
How do you order them?
But I
Sorry?
couldn't find that on the shop.
Oh, no, because that shop is apparel. That's clothing.
Yeah.
So if you just send an email to secretary@topwork.org.au,
Right.
and we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of which, Peter, I've got to ring you, but I'll do that off air. But yeah, but in answer to your question, your email question, Peter, yes, we'll have oh, by the way, for everyone here, you can actually borrow these things. So if I just put up this 3-phase adapter, this 3-phase EVSE, you can actually borrow this for free from the club for road trips. But you can also buy it for $750.
I want one.
And that's this one right here. And we've actually had it customized. So there's actually, if you look at the close-up, you've got time and amps, and we've customized it so that the amps, you can actually get the EVSE or the charger to actually tell the car what to draw. And you can set it at, I think it was 6 amps, which is the minimum you can set, 10 amps, 15 amps, 20 amps, and 32 amps. That sort of more aligns with if you've got an adapter and you've plugged it into a 15 amp outlet or a 20 amp 3-phase outlet, or a 10 amp one for that matter, or you just want the whole 32 amps.
Yeah, my Model 3 can only draw up to 16 though, because it's...
No, actually, that's not quite true. Your Model 3 can draw 16 amps 3-phase, which is 11 kilowatts, or it can draw 32 amps single phase, which is 7-point-something kilowatts.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm just being a bit
I meant
picky,
the
but
11. If I put it on 3-phase, I only get 11 kilowatts regardless. That's
yes, and
on
it
everything
pains,
to get an AC.
yeah, and it pains me to say this, but if you have, say, a 3-phase house and you don't have much space in your meter box or in your electrical box,
just put a new switch box in.
Well, you could, yes, yeah, absolutely. Or you could get away with just hooking up an EVSE, whether it's Tesla's $780 high power wall connector. So the standard one that's on Tesla's website that you can get from Osborne Park. I think they generally have them in stock.
We got our one for free.
That's right. Used to get them for free, but you know the price, as we all know. In fact, Carmen knows because Carmen got a HPWC for free, and then 2 weeks later, her car, she could have bought the same car for $4,000 less. Now,
nearly 10.
What? Sorry.
10. I
Oh,
paid
okay, 10, yeah, 410, whatever. Yeah, that's near enough. And to make matters worse, all those excited people that got their cars, their Model 3s in March 2 months ago, now you can receive them. In Poverty Pearl White, a SR Plus Model 3 in March cost $74,600.
Oh dear.
Now you can get them for $69,500 roughly. So
that's on roads too.
Yeah, that's all in on roads in Poverty Pearl White, which is awesome. I mean, you've got to trust Tesla to support deflation.
Sorry, just a quick question back there, Harold. How much are we selling those 3-phase 22 kilowatt charge?
750.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut him, but yeah.
So that contrasts EVSE.com.au, who have them for $1,395.
And that buying it through the club supports the club, right? Oh, the club actually makes money out of it.
No, but the club,
we're not for profit anyway,
to support our members. So it's actually it's the complete opposite. We're doing this in support of our members. So the club makes basically no money out of this. The point is to try and facilitate the best value charging that you can get, because a lot of this stuff that you find on the internet is expensive.
Yeah.
And because it's all a bit new. And you know, people just buy stuff because it's there. Look, I've paid $2,000 for a juice booster, and I have it in my car. It's great. It's bulletproof, but it costs $2,000. free charging becomes pretty expensive when you pay a lot for your charging accoutrement. But we've all done that,
Harold, can I just ask a question on that? That 750 unit will still only charge 11 kilowatts on the Model 3.
Yes.
So the UMC tail, 32 amp tail,
Yes.
that would only charge 7 kilowatts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that little extra 3 to 4 kilowatts for $500, $600. Yeah.
Exactly. So the difference is, if
Sounds
you
pretty, to be fair, it sounds pretty worth it to me.
if you're doing short overnight hops, then just get the cheapest stuff you can get, like $150 or whatever. Get the 32, you get the 7 kilowatt, because while you're sleeping overnight, no one cares that your car is charging slightly slower. But if you're doing a road trip whereby you're at the side of the road and it's daytime and you're waiting to go somewhere, the difference is, in a Model 3, you'll get 50 k's an hour on the cheap tail, and you'll get about 75 k's an hour on the dearer EVSE. So that's
It's a 50% difference.
Yes, and it's 50% less time. Well, sorry, 30% less time you'll spend on the side of the road.
And that's just that little bit extra that it's going to get you to Kalgoorlie from Merredin, or just that little bit extra that's going to get
much quicker.
Yeah.
Like I said, I went from Perth to Carnarvon, and I charged for 7 hours and 5 minutes. And that made it a pretty long day, because you've got to drive 907 k's, and then you got to add, which takes, let's call it 9 hours, and then you got to add 7.
Yeah.
So it becomes a long day. Getting back, as we were saying before, with the cost of charging, I would gladly have paid $2 a kilowatt hour for a fast DC charge.
Yeah.
Because
How many of us are there these days, and how many of us do these sorts of long trips? Is it a common thing, or is it the sort of thing where if you had had a DC fast charger stuck at Southern Cross that could charge 2 or 3 cars a day and then be flat, and tomorrow charge another 2 or 3, do you reckon that'd cover us until the government gets off their butt and starts putting some infrastructure in?
Well, yes, but in fact, the club has got a fast DC charger at Geraldton.
Yes.
So that sort of, until Kalbarri got blown away, literally. That was a great link to Kalbarri, but I mean, it's still great to go to other places north.
We went to Kalbarri just before the storm, and we charged for about 30 or 40 minutes at Geraldton on the Tokwa charger, and about 30 or 40 minutes at Jurien Bay, which is the charger that John Edwards put in, that he funded out of his own money. The Caltex, the Caltex petrol station, they paid for the generator, which they burn used vegetable oil, which they have to pay to dispose of. But we could have got away with 20 minutes at each charger, and we would have still got there. But I didn't want to. We had 2 kids in the car and a wife, and why take it to the nth degree? So, but 30 or 40 minutes was comfortable, and that would have been 2 or 3 hours had it not been for the Tokwa charger in Geraldton and the charge in Jurien Bay. Made a huge difference.
Well, a great example is I went from Canberra to Melbourne to Keith, which is just near Adelaide, and that was 1,200 kilometres, and that was all on superchargers, and it took less than 2.5 hours of supercharging for 1,200 k's. And I wasted about 20 minutes in Melbourne charging longer than I needed, because I was talking to the sales guys there. Because it was pretty cool to be in a real Tesla shop and service centre at the time.
But you mean ours is not a real one?
It is now.
Harry's a lovely bloke. I walked in and started talking about buying the competition. He talked me around in about half an hour.
Did it take that long? I would have,
I'd never seen a Tesla before in my life. I walked in, and half an hour later, I walked out and bought a Tesla.
That must be Sagittarian. Ask the group.
I've been
on my
watching
phone.
them for
Yes,
10
you can.
years.
See that Tesla app has got a number, uses 1, 2, or 3. What does that mean?
You've got a message.
Yep.
From whom?
Probably
Tesla.
Tesla.
I've got a one on mine, and I've had it since the last year at least. And I
Yeah.
still can't find out what the message is.
It's not in the toolbox. It's not in settings.
Mine's the same.
Yep.
It's an undocumented feature.
You sure it's not on the? If you go into settings and inbox, you don't have anything in the inbox.
Settings,
Everything.
inbox.
Oh, have a look at your loot box. Did you ever do a
Yeah,
referral?
No messages in the inbox.
Check your loot box.
Loot box.
Yeah, I've got 2 referrals in there.
Because it might be that there's a referral that you haven't seen, or it doesn't think
Okay.
you've seen it. So if you click on your referrals, it might clear it as well, possibly.
I nearly sold a Tesla to a chap yesterday. He asked if he could have a ride in my car. I must do something about that number that they give you, the referral number if you on sell.
Well, yes. Well, we'll just tell the gentleman that, look, the only benefit that either of you get is the person that uses the referral code gets 1,500 kilometers of free supercharging.
Yeah.
And what you get, if you have a model, well, anyone with a newish car will get 1,500 kilometers of free supercharging, and you'll also get a lottery ticket, a monthly draw for is it monthly or quarterly? I think it might be monthly draw to win a Model Y, which is not available in Australia at the moment. And also, I think quarterly or annually, you get a ticket to win a Roadster, which is not available in Australia.
But what I'm going to do, Harold, is get some business cards made up with this number on it. So, because it looks like this could be happening regularly, so you can give it out.
Yeah.
Actually, I believe there was someone had published, was it Teslarati? I think had put out, or Electric, that the referral program was changing.
Yeah, I was about to say
something to do with, it would be more app based. So you would send a referral from your app, and they would then use that to book a test drive. And then if they subsequently followed through with an order, you get the referral that way. Because unfortunately, look, you've had people like YouTubers and others that are basically getting people to use a referral code who would have bought the car anyway. Like they were going to buy the car, they then hear about a referral code and they end up using it, even though it didn't really do its job, because you were selling it, but they were going to buy it anyway.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a real referral. So I think now it's more like a personal referral.
Yeah.
So
They're making it so that you have to be physically within the same space, so within a few meters of each other. So so it might be a Bluetooth space.
They've got to download the app onto their phone, and then you can send them the link between the phones.
Right.
That was, you said there was no Tesla news. Well, I've got 3 or 4 items. That was one of them, about the Tesla referral program being changed.
Sorry, yes. So Stephen, but by all means, absolutely do give people rides in your car, because, and I mean, we all do it freely because
it happened 3 times already.
But also send them to Osborne Park.
Yeah.
Because the great thing is they can have a ride in your car, but when they go to Osborne Park, they actually get a 30-minute test drive of a Model 3, and no one is in the car. Or should I say, you can have Harry or Josh or Alex or Aaron or others come with you to answer questions, but equally the default position is you get the car for half an hour by yourself. So,
and what you can do is you can email or ring or text Harry and tell him that you've sent or referred that person, and you text them your referral code And if they end up buying a car, then Harry will use your referral code.
Right. Can I beg a little indulgence? 2 more items, then I'm done. One is the USB in the glove box. That's the one that records the video.
Yes.
They couldn't have, I think, put it in a worse position. I've got big hands. It's almost impossible to take the USB out and put it back in again.
You're dead right. And the biggest danger, first thing is you don't need to take your USB out per se most of the time, because you can actually view the clips in the comfort of your car.
Yeah, okay.
So what you do is, if you get back to your car,
Yep.
and you'll see a notification on the screen that says you have 3 Sentry events.
Yep.
You click on the little camera symbol.
Yep.
While you're in park, and you've got 2 options. I think you can hit record, or you can hit open viewer.
Yep.
And when you open the viewer, it has a list of all the events, and they're in categories. There's, I think, the first category is all. Then you have Sentry, and then you have dash cam.
Right.
So you just can, for speed, you can just click on dash cam, Sentry, and then go through the events, and then you can just delete them off.
How do you delete them? Because mine says it's full.
Right. So again, you click on the icon when you're in park to load the viewer. Look at each event, or if you can't be bothered. Actually, Carmen, if you wanted to say get rid of everything, like if you didn't care what was on there and you wanted to quickly clear that memory, just go into settings and security, something in security.
Security, yeah.
Yep, the security settings menu item, and then go format memory stick or format drive, whatever it's called, format storage, and then that will kill everything and clear it. But but if there's stuff that you do want to keep, even if it's 1 or 2, you can just, like I said, hit the camera, go open viewer, and just select an item, and then just next to it there's a little rubbish bin thing, and just go delete, 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 and you just delete them quite quickly if you wanted to. Or
whilst you're watching the thing, there's the trash can icon in the bottom right of the screen. You just hit that, and it'll come up with cancel or delete options. You just hit delete. So that's what for all of those.
Where's the trash can item?
When you're watching the video on the screen, it's bottom right.
Oh, okay.
There's the time scrubber that goes across, and beside that on the right, there's the trash can item.
And a good point that Pete brought up the other week was, if you want to quickly get to the bit that the Sentry was interested in, there's a red dot on the timeline. If you just press your finger on that red dot or tap it, sometimes you have to do it twice. It sort of seems to go halfway, and then if you do it again, it goes really close just before that event. Then that'll show you what the car was interested in to cause that to be triggered.
It actually does that by default now, I've noticed. So when you actually go into the clip, the footage will begin just prior to that red dot already, rather than beginning at the beginning of the clip.
It's about 30 seconds. I still want to move it across. I'm not going to wait 30 seconds, nothing, until I get to the person walking across in front of the car.
Ours takes ages to load. Is there some reason for that?
Could be a slow. It depends what you've got.
Wi-Fi.
No. It's whether you've got a micro SD card and a little adapter. That can be a bit slow.
We've got
I must be honest, I've got an adapter and an SD card, and mine's been a bit glitchy.
We've got a SSD drive.
No, micro SD card, like what they have in cameras.
Eric, I've got an SSD, and sometimes it sits there with a black screen whilst it's loading up or thinking about it, or it's gone home to make a cup of tea, and then it comes up.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. It takes forever, so I don't bother watching it anymore.
Okay.
Now, but getting back to what you're saying about having big hands and the sticks in an awkward position, what's actually more concerning, and I really don't know why Tesla did this, but what's really concerning is, and most people with new cars don't realize this, is you may shove something in the glove box, not even knowing that this stick is there, and you're in mortal danger of breaking it. Either, well, breaking the stick, which is bad, or even worse, breaking the socket, the port. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it couldn't have. It's like a shag on a rock, but it's upside down and out of sight.
Yeah.
It's a terrible
And-
location.
And what makes matters worse is the default USB stick that comes with the cars is about an inch long. So
Yeah.
you know you
More,
can
yeah.
you can actually get ones that are only about 10 mil long. I think it's SanDisk makes one, and it's got curved edges as well, so it's less likely to catch as well.
While we're talking about design thingos, I went to check the tyres the other day and had to take off those wheel spats to get to the valve because the garage type up was too big for the hole. Has anyone else come across that problem? Or everyone pumping up their tyres, or maybe not even pumping up their tyres?
No.
I've had no troubles.
No troubles?
No.
My goodness me.
How far does the valve stem normally come out, Nigel? Of the
It would be about 8 to 10 mil. 10 mil. It's more than enough to stick an air compressor hose on the end.
Yeah.
Maybe have a look.
I've never had issues either, and mine seems to have plenty of space around it. Never, yeah. And I've pumped. I had 2 flats. I had 2 punctures, and so yeah, for about a week or so before I replaced the tyre, yeah, I pumped that up numerous times at petrol stations and at home, and yeah, various places. Never had an issue.
Well, I got so frustrated, I took them off and bought the $80 Tesla decal that goes in the centre of the tyre, and the 5 covers that goes over the lug nuts. So looks quite sporty.
Yeah, it actually does. It's a real bonus because you would have, ice cars just have steel rims with holes, circular holes in it, drill holes, whatever. Which are quite ordinary. But the Tesla undercover rims are really good. Yeah, they look great.
I'm happy with it. And now I can pump up to my heart's delight.
Hey, Nigel, a few weeks ago, my orbitals finally arrived after about 18 months. So I've put those on.
Oh, do they look all right?
Not as good as they did on the photos, and not first up. So I paid a bit extra and got the silver chromy
ones,
yeah, rather than the black ones, because I thought it might match the.
How much did that cost to get 4 covers over here? Must have been about $800, wasn't it?
Oh, not at all. No. It was, like I said, it was about 18 months ago. I did it as part of the crowdfund. And so there was a discount. It wasn't that much. It was only, wouldn't have been more than $300, I don't think. I don't think the postage was that much. But
I think it's 500 or 600 to get them over here now.
And actually, I think I might have done it. I can't remember if I did it through My US, the freight forwarder.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I shipped it there and then they on-shipped it from there. But yeah, they took a little bit of getting used to, but now I love them. So they go a little bit, they're a little bit bigger. I actually thought on the photos that they would be larger than they actually are, but they are big enough to cover, any curb rash. So
yeah, I've got 4 rims with curb rash on. Match. They all match.
Yeah, if you're going to have one, you've got to have the other 3 to make sure they all match. You're right.
Is that not just a two-tone? You've got that sort of silver circle, and then you've got the grey powder coat.
Yeah, we got wheel rash on one side on both wheels.
Well, yeah. Speaking of tyres, we've actually got we've got 2 spare Model 3 tyres, and we've got a Model X spare tyre, And that was gained because Autopilot an old version of Autopilot decided to tap the curb on 2 tires. So we ended up with 2 spare rims. So hence we got a Model X spare tire. But anyway.
Yeah, if you want to jack them up, you have to have jack pads, don't you?
It's preferable, yes, but not essential. You don't have to. The pads are more that you'll notice that there's like a circular hole underneath, well, basically behind the front wheel and in front of the rear wheel. And that's more as a locating guide. I mean, you could still, at a pinch, if you had to, just use a little block of wood or something just to buffer it and use any jack, a caravan jack or whatever. But you can get those pucks. Nigel, Pete, you probably know where to get the pucks from.
I got them on
just get it from Tesla
or Amazon.
So Pete, you said Tesla. So how much are they from Tesla?
Oh, good question. I got them over a year ago. I'll find out for you.
Yeah,
but
cool.
while I'm doing that, I'll try and share my screen, see if it works, to show you what the new rims look like. Can everyone see that?
Oh,
Oh, they look pretty good.
I want to.
The only thing I would change is that little bit that goes right in the middle there, that covers that center big hole. That's got the Remetrix or whatever the brand is logo.
Oh, right.
Tesla logo
Tesla.
there.
Yeah. But it can't be Tesla because Tesla wouldn't allow that.
Not anymore.
No.
As of a few months ago, yeah. But there might still be some old ones around somewhere.
I think I'd have to get them in black for my car because I got the white. I think that the silver ones would look a bit stupid on a white car.
Why?
I just think they would.
Because
yeah,
Most
because
like
that's what I want.
Actually, I forget who it was, Pete, you can't get those pucks from Tesla. Because this is Model 3.
I might have got it from the US
interesting.
store.
Here's some news.
Gen 2. Gen 2.
Yes, so I think the reason why it's out of stock is because I know that the Gen 3 is available in the UK and in Europe.
Yeah.
So that's a very hot tip that the Gen 3 is coming to Australia since the Gen 2 is out of stock.
Yeah.
So you heard it live on Wednesday night.
What is the Gen 3?
Sorry?
It's just
it's a white, the actual front of it is like looks like glass, but it's a white sort of opaque, frosted sort of color or look, and it's got Wi-Fi. But the most
thinner cable.
A thinner
cable, and which is a little bit shorter too, but there is a longer optional version as well. But the thinner cable just makes it a lot easier to maneuver around.
Yep.
But if you've got an old Model S with the 22 kilowatt chargers, you can't get the 22 kilowatts off the new one.
And it's also got Wi-Fi and some other features. So for instance, if you're a business and you want to charge for charging, the Gen 3 wall connectors can facilitate that. So you can collect money from people's Tesla accounts, or you get paid for energy that you deliver if you're a business. So that can be useful. But as far as other, so that's big news there. You heard it first. That's the wheel studs, obviously, and
that's
the
one
thing. But yeah, Pete, there's no.
Yeah, I might have got it through the US store, and I might have just had it shipped through my US.
By the way,
you definitely can buy it from Tesla, but maybe just not from the Australian store.
The other thing I saw too was, this is a shout out to Stefan, who misplaced one of his keys, and I said, you can just go and buy some from Tesla, but they seem to be out of stock as well. Oh, and by the way, anyone with Model 3s, I know it's expensive and you probably don't need it, but you can buy a key fob for your Model 3 as well. Now, one advantage on that is it basically looks like a little car. The top button is to unlock and lock, but there's a front button on the bonnet. So that's for the front. And there's a back button on the boot, and that's obviously for the boot. But one thing it can do too is if you press and hold the boot button for a couple of seconds, it'll actually open your charge door flap. But at $235, it is pretty expensive.
Yeah, but you just say open your butthole and the charge port will open.
You can even say open your a-hole and it'll work.
Yeah, but there's one.
I like that. I think it's good.
There's one. I sent it to a text to my wife. If you say open my hole, it'll open the charge port door or the boot. But if you say close my hole, it does the opposite. Like one will operate the boot and one will operate the charge port door. One will open one of them and one will close the other, but it's the same command. So yeah, work that out. But anyway, yes, Elon is just a kid. Oh, and that was the news too. Obviously, I still didn't really mention it because it's hardly mentionable. But Elon Musk was on Saturday Night Live, which I didn't watch because I don't have American TV. But obviously, there was a bit.
I know he shared a international link. So it's the first time Saturday Night Live you could watch outside the US sort of legally, and it was a YouTube link. It was a live, yeah, it was on his Twitter.
Right, interesting. I did sort of see that Mars skit where in the end the guy takes his helmet off and just goes and yeah. Sort of like Mars Attacks. Remember that when they were listening to whoever it was, Tom Jones's music or something, songs, and all their brains exploded. But anyway, yeah.
A lot of the individual skits are on YouTube now.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, they separate them out into skits.
Yeah, if you just Google or search for Musk SNL, yeah, they'll all come up.
But you're referring, Harold, to the fact that he says he's the first presenter to have Asperger's, which is actually not a diagnosis. It's supposed to be autistic spectrum disorder now.
Yes, ASD. That's right. Exactly. So he's using an old-fashioned term, a bit like saying that you're manic depressive. It's not called that anymore. So he's using an old-fashioned term, and I mean, really, he's declaring something that we all probably knew anyway, because no one can be as good as at so many what do we call it, professions or disciplines. You know, there's got to be something wrong with him to be that clever.
Well, not too many people decide that they want to go to Mars and go and buy intercontinental missiles, ballistic missiles.
From the Russians.
And when they get laughed away, they go home, buy some books, study up, and realize they can do it all cheaper themselves. And, you know, a few years later, they're sending rockets to the International Space Station. Yeah,
that was
not too many people.
That was that book, wasn't it, by Ashley Vance, where he literally did go to Russia to buy ICBMs from the Russians.
Yeah.
Because, hey, it's a rocket. And it wasn't that for a, it wasn't a crowdfunded thing. It was like this sort of community thing where they wanted to send a plant to Mars. It wasn't a pot plant or something.
Yeah, and even a chimp at one stage. Yeah.
But you know what? He's doing it. He's the first American car company for 100 years to not go broke, like a startup car company to not go broke. When every other car company except for Ford, I think
except for Ford, yes.
I think for every other one has gone broke and been rebirthed or whatever, refinanced.
What did Peter Thiel say? Never bet against Elon.
Yes. And then he's in a rocket company that said, well, why throw these things? Talking, you know, Pete was talking a while ago about you shouldn't be, you can't litter. You can't throw an aluminium can on the road because that's littering. You shouldn't be able to throw carbon dioxide in the air because that's littering. But if you're United Launch Alliance or anyone else, you can build this huge rocket and just dump it, just bin it into the ocean, and that's okay.
China did.
Actually, now that was a great news article. In the lead up to that, there was a great guy on Twitter who was all onto this thing, and he had all the mapping and all this sort of stuff of the orbits. And in the middle of the predicted time, there was like a 6-hour time frame of when it would ditch. And the funny thing is, one of the orbits I had a look at was directly over Perth, like it lined up directly over Perth. Now that was the orbit that it actually crashed in, except it landed about 20 minutes earlier, just before the Maldives, on that same orbit. So if that Russian rocket was roughly 20 minutes later in ditching, it would have literally binned itself over Perth.
It was Chinese, not Russian.
It went over.
Yes.
It went over Perth 2 orbits before that. It went over Perth at 9:20 a.m. and I was thinking, imagine if it had crashed near Esperance again, because it was going Perth to Esperance.
Yes.
And then the conspiracy theories would have come out then.
I was just having a conversation on space.com because I've got a bit of Skylab at home. My father was working as a principal in Kalgoorlie at the time, and they when it crashed near Baladonia, I think it was in WA near Esperance, I think it was taken by a trailer, presumably a 4-wheel drive and a trailer to Kalgoorlie, I think, and displayed there for some time. I got a picture of the display thing, and then after some time, my father gave me a bit of the fiberglass. He'd broken off this sort of shaggy fiberglassy, probably a tank. I think it's an oxygen tank or something like that. But anyway, lots of sort of charred fiberglass on that. So I've got that at home somewhere. And yeah, it's interesting that in terms of littering, some years later, the ranger from Esperance sent a bill to NASA for $400 to be paid if there's a littering fine. So, and NASA didn't pay it. So.
No, they did. I think
an American radio station paid it.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's right. It's at the Esperance Museum.
Yes, I'm going to be going there in a couple of weeks, so I'll hopefully see it there. So it's
a brilliant display. It's really well done. There's so much there that they've got of Skylab, and they've got a little mock-up of it out the front. I was so impressed and so blown away because I had no idea. I actually put it on Twitter and tagged the Everyday Astronaut, and he replied and was like, "Wow, that's amazing!" So it's a great museum.
There was actually some of that up in the Gravity Discovery Centre, a bit of the Skylab, and I was really surprised. So I hadn't seen it it's just 40 years ago. So I'm a bit surprised to see it there. It's actually a much smaller part though. But still had all the sort of the charred fiberglass and stuff like that. So, but the other one was actually a full trailer load. It was really sort of overfilling the 6x4, 7x4 trailer or something. So. Yeah, so that's my little. I've got a few other things to post to space.com that I'll like communicating with the ISS and things like that. So just minor things like that. Look, while I've got the floor, I had planned a lot of things to speak about. I've been trying to download the damn things, and I haven't shuffling between one computer and another. But just behind me, or in fact, just on the. My legs are on the left of the screen, where this hand is, wherever my hand is here. So that's my legs, and the car here is a car that I made. This is 30 years ago, electric car. So this is my first electric car, a la Terran, and it actually has so it's a little it's got it's not a radio control one. It's got a cable. It's got a battery and a couple of switches on it or whatever. But it actually has got a little thing where it would change gears. So in fact, it's a change. So a bit like a bicycle sprocket changing gears. So it'll have something that's to flip over. So it'll go from a low gear into a high gear, and it's got the steering with radio control servos and things like that. So. That was that's my first electric car, and yet the one that is just there visible now, that's a radio control one, which is a one that I bought later on. But the first one was entirely made from scratch and had a nice, I think, spring steel chassis and things like that. So really quite innovative for its time. But it's.
So was the remote control one from Tandy?
I don't know. It hasn't. The radio control one isn't a. It's actually got a plastic shell. It's got a polycarbonate shell there, but that's off there at the moment because it's. But yeah, that's my son. I had to resize the picture because these pictures only sort of go by width and it'll truncate the rest. So anyway, so that's sort of come through. The other things I was going to. Yeah, I look just quickly. I'll just, if I can get the right mouse. I've got 4 of the damn things here at the moment. I'll just flip through. Oops, no, it's just, I'll just go through another background. Now, imagine that this is a model, whatever it is, my car, and this is an infrared camera. Oh, sorry, can you see that yet or not? No, probably not.
Yeah,
Yes, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's infrared camera, and it's just an attachment to the phone. And I thought I'd lost it for a couple of years, and I just found it the other day, and with great relief because it's a nice little thing. It just fits on a Samsung phone, an older versions, the older style USB. But anyway, it does a whole lot of things, a lot of different video palettes. It just picks the highest temperature there, the lowest temperature. This was out when it was raining, as everything was 17 or 18 degrees, so it's just wet rain everywhere. And I just sort of drove it out, summoned it out, I think, out of the garage. And what I put on here is a electric kettle. So this, can you see my mouse there or not? Probably.
No.
Okay.
No, I can't see the
Where it
mouse.
says 32 degrees is an electric kettle, which I just put on top of the car. And then I, now, oh, I just wondered if this will come out. Yeah, this is under infrared. And this is where I was spilt, underneath that 33 degrees is where I was spilt hot water on purpose. So it's actually down the side of the car, which you can't see, of course, on the ordinary image, but on thermal, it's hot and it's quite interesting. And I'm just in the process of changing over some other pictures here, which I haven't quite got to put you through. But the one I do have here at the moment is this one. Oh, sorry, my head's in the way. Okay, this is Model 3 just looking in the door. This is the same picture, the steering wheel.
Yep.
And the that red bit is the carpet trim, the heater. I think the floor heater comes out there, and so you can see the heat there. Right, a top right corner where it's, you can't quite see. There's only just a bit of red there. That's the vent that the air comes out. So it's not cut off from my photos, but it's cut off here. So anyway, that's a sort of a comparison of what we're seeing infrared there. And I've got a whole lot of other things. In fact, I do have a couple of other. I'll just sort of whiz very quickly through some of these other things.
Do you have the heated steering wheel, Pete?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. Actually, what you can do, what looks pretty cool, is if you get your turn your heated seats on and take an infrared photo with your camera with that whatever it's called, something fluid.
Okay, it lights up, yeah.
Yeah. If you do that, you'll actually see the zigzag of the nichrome wire that's in the actual underneath the seat. It's pretty cool.
I've got a heated throw rug or electric blankets. They'll do the same thing. This is someone's footprint on carpet. They just had the hot. They've got a bit of a dropped arch on the this side, wherever it is. So that's that. The car relevant one is this one here, which is my 18-year-old Commodore, which I and these dirty ice cars have a heat footprint of considerable magnitude.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why it's got 26 degrees there. It doesn't sound right because they don't seem to be match the colours there. But yeah,
don't forget the false color changes. So the blue or well, very dark blue or black, it's not always the same temperature. It's just a relative measure compared to the hotspot.
Yeah, you've got lots of different color palettes on this one.
Yeah.
I think what's happened is I've just driven it out of the. I've got a feeling I might have just driven it out of the shed, out of the garage, and so that's why the top's cold. And maybe it's no, maybe it is a backwards palette. Yeah, it sort of doesn't fit anyway, but it's a nice picture anyway. I've got ones of the Model 3 which I took at some length, and I just sort of shipped them through cameras and USB sticks and so on, and it all sort of anyway, they're all coming eventually. This is just normal. Oh, you can't even see this. This is sort of three people standing together. One of them is drinking cold beer, the other one's drinking cold beer, and the other one's has got a hot cup of coffee.
Yes.
It's all sorts of any little things like that, and I'm just trying to think if I've got any other sort of interesting photos. Nothing I think is relevant here that I've been able to transfer so far, but anyway. So that's just an interesting little infrared. I'll try and get the other ones, the other infrared ones. It actually shows the car. What was interesting, and I thought relevant to a conversation we had last week, was the in the center pillar of the Model 3. You know, someone saying, look, the day was only 40 degrees, and the camera wasn't working. Well, I thought, and you can just see how hot that pillar gets in the sun. It's black. It's black and it's matte and it's behind glass, and so I think it was just so much hotter than everything else, and it really sort of stood out as a big hot strip. And the other thing was that when I went out in the rain, when I drove it out in the rain, someone's out in the rain for that last picture, the actual, you could see that the front camera was actually warm, and that sort of surprised me a bit. That was actually sort of, there's a bit of sort of warmth there, and I don't know.
No, it's actually got a demister. It's actually deliberately heated for clearing snow.
Yeah.
So we have that, but yeah. So the
I wiped all the snow off, and yeah.
Yeah, all the front facing, all the cars with front facing cameras it's heated, so it keeps the ice and snow off.
Yeah.
And I think some radar units are heated too, at the front on the bumper bar, or bumper, whatever you want to call it.
I'm trying to do some more pictures because I sort of it's all a bit hurried, and but I was a bit surprised to see that front camera lighting up, and the side pillar seemed hot. Now, maybe that's got a camera as well, so maybe there's heat there. I don't know.
Well, the side pillar does. So I think it's the B pillar. That's got just your forward-looking sideways cameras. They're at a 45-degree angle or something, looking forward.
No,
so between the front, between the front and the rear door glass pieces, you've got that panel, and you can see the hole, and the camera is looking at sort of like about a 30-degree or 45-degree angle forwards.
Yeah, that would explain what I was saying. Yeah, and I've got pictures of that. It's quite interesting to look at. So but once I get some more stuff, and had a nice shot of the wheels too. The wheels look sort of quite snazzy because I took them out on the road, and not the road, just a side street, and the tires heated up to 36. The rims are still quite cool, and they conduct away the heat, of course, and so it looks quite sort of interesting and unusual because you lose all the rim pattern. I think you tended to lose all that. You just see the tire and the center bit. It's just quite a variance to the actual visual appearance. So anyway, that's all I think I'm going to say at the moment. I had
cool.
I tried to Harold, you mentioned you asked Pete if he had a heated steering wheel.
Yes.
Is that available in the Model 3s in Australia now? Is it?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
Wasn't it the?
It is available on the Model 3, but I didn't think it was available on the Australian models.
I don't know if
I stand to be corrected, but I might have thought. I'm inclined to think that the Shanghai version of the revised Model 3s, Chrome Delete, whatever, new heat pump. I would think that they would have heated steering wheels.
Right.
I guess that's something we could ask Tesla or have a look to see. 'Cause I don't even know how to turn on a heated steering wheel because my car doesn't have one. I didn't get that when I bought my car.
I don't know if Alex was still on, he'd be able to tell us because he's got a new Shanghai.
Oh, yes.
He's
So,
on.
Alex, when you watch this on YouTube, you
Let us know.
Yes. The homework for next week is tell us if you have a heated steering wheel.
It might be an optional extra that you have to pay a couple $100 for, like the rear heated seats.
Yes, but the front seats are, oh yeah, right. Yes, that's true.
The front seats are heated, but the rear seats are an optional extra you pay for to unlock the seat heaters.
And I think, having said that, I think in America, the SR Pluses don't have heated steering wheels, but the long ranges or the performance
Yes, correct.
do.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Yeah, just the long range and the performance. Yep.
Cool. Okay.
Can I just ask why on earth would you want a heated steering wheel?
Oh, it's
You
lovely.
don't.
Oh, shame.
In case you got cold hands.
You want the air conditioner on it.
Oh,
You can't touch the damn thing.
I must admit, look, I'm fully with you. I was fully with you until I tried it in Europe, and because it's cold over there in winter, and you just put your hand on this toasty steering wheel. It's lovely.
The thing is, you could just precondition
nah.
the cabin, and
Yeah, true.
No.
If you've ever tried heated grips on a motorbike in winter, you become a
Yeah.
convert.
Yes, definitely. And a heated
Thank
seat
you,
on my
motorbike.
motorbike.
But I've had blisters from grabbing the steering wheel in the summer. No, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, we'd like a chilled steering wheel. That'd be lovely.
ventilated.
Yeah,
Oh man, that would be amazing.
a chilled steering wheel. Yeah, now that'd be better.
That's a genius idea.
Shit, we could.
Right.
Okay, we need to patent it. All right, now let's consider patent pending. We've got our index date. It's 9:35 on a Wednesday Perth time, and we've just patented that idea or applied for it.
I was actually just
But
thinking about this. a couple of
Unfortunately, you're going to
weeks
post
ago.
it to YouTube, but I think it's now public knowledge. You've kind of lost that.
No,
Edit it out,
as long
Harold.
as you lodge your application before you put it on YouTube, you'll be right.
Or if we write it down, we get copyright at least, which is
Well,
true.
maybe.
But yes, a chilled. The problem is you have to have a liquid line, or you'd have to use a Peltier device. It'd be difficult. It's not easy. I'm sure NASA could do it, but yeah. Anyway,
Harold,
Peltier work. There was a mob in near Curtin Uni there. What's the park? They were
Park.
yeah, Tech Park in
Bentley.
they were Bentley, that's the one. They were pulling water out of the air, humidity out of the air with a Peltier device to make pure water for people to drink.
Yeah, I know, and they're actually selling it as water fountains or water, doodads in offices. So you could buy this thing in your office, like your multi-story office, that already is air conditioned, which already has fairly dry air because most of the water's been ripped out of the main air conditioning system, and they were flogging a water fountain thing, a cooler.
Hydrocool.
Yeah.
Hydrocool, that was it.
Yeah. And they were using a lot of electricity because Peltiers
We're
aren't
using a lot of electricity.
particularly efficient. They're great for a big delta. You can get like 60-degree difference between the hot and cold bit, but they consume a lot of power. And they were generating water by pulling it out of the thin air. It's just madness. Like it's like environmentally, it's just cheaper just to get tap water. And imagine you also get a little bit of
a bucket outside. Yeah.
It might not be. If I can just sort of say, the thing I'm actually holding is, of course, I just happen to have this lying on my desk. It's a 100-watt Peltier. It's got a fan on the back and a big heat sink. I can't show it very well.
There's a fan, yeah.
Yeah, there's a fan, yeah. And I've used this to actually generate power.
Yes.
With liquid nitrogen. So I put liquid nitrogen on it, minus 196 C. and the heatsink with the fan on will be hopefully sort of stay, you know, not too bad. And I generated, I think it's 45 milliwatts of power, which is, you know, like 0.3 of a volt at 0.03 of an amp or something like that, whatever it was. So yes, I have actually used the Peltier, but just having it straight to the air. But if you have a sort of a, you know, heat exchanger, you know, so you've got room air coming in, going to the Peltier to condense the water, and on its way out, it then warms up as, you know, the air can warm up. So what you're discharging is the temperature is not that much different to what you put in. All you're doing is using the power to extract the water. It's a lot more efficient that way. But if you just have it as an open thing, that won't be very efficient at all. So
guys, remember the show on ABC that was called The Inventors?
Yep.
Yes.
And then they had the New Inventors. Now about 20 years ago, there was an old guy in Australia, and he designed this system for skyscrapers in New York. So basically, the device went on the roof of a skyscraper, and it had barrel wind turbines, and that was running the condensers, and he was pulling moisture out of the air. And the reason this was very clever was pumping water to the top of a skyscraper uses a lot of energy. You have to transfer it in tanks on the way up, and they have to keep water on top of the roof of the skyscraper to run toilets, taps, and all that. So when I saw this on the New Inventors, I thought, this is actually really, really clever what this man's invented. One unit, which was about the size of a sort of a Volkswagen Combi, would produce about 5,000 litres of water per day. So I don't know what happened to it. It was like a very clever idea for rooftops. And he was using renewable energy to run it.
This is something that you can get. I'm just checking. Oh, yes, you can get it too. Awesome. You can get this from Bunnings, which is a Scandia Eco Fan. And you stick this on top of your not so ecological wood heater. And it's basically got a Peltier. They haven't got a proper photo of it, but in between here, there's actually a Peltier device. It draws up I'm just trying to make this bigger. It draws up the heat, and the Peltier is about, I think it's either here, I think it might be there. And the other side, these little fins are basically a heat sink. So the idea is to get the temperature difference. So this is the cold side and this is the hot side. And then it blows this fan for free to blow your hot air around your room. So you can actually get this at Bunnings for 110 bucks, and there's no batteries required.
Yeah, I saw that advertised. The reason I have got a Peltier device next to me, of course, was one of the I'm planning to do as an open day thing with lots of demonstrations on I've got the temperature one, which I happen to start out. So I've got the things for the temperature thing will include the FLIR camera, the Peltier and some experiments with that. There's some fluorescent sheets for showing temperatures, nice gradients there. There's a few other sort of infrared things. There's provided it's actually the daytime and not too early, I can have a Fresnel lens, which is a third of a square meter. So you're putting 300 watts into, it's a high grade Fresnel lens, and you can put 300 watts into about a third of a square inch. So it's actually a lot of power in a very small thing. And if you put it over some brick, it'll melt brick. So it's actually it's blazingly bright at the spot, and you don't want to put your hand across it because, you know, it's like putting your hand across a high-powered laser sort of thing. So if it's focused, so that all those sort of little things, so temperature-wise, which that's my sort of thermal exhibit. But the problem with all these things, you can sort of demonstrate that for half a day, and, you know, it's if you've got 20 displays and all the interesting ones. So the thing that Harold was indicating, I am planning a Tesla project, which I'm sort of keeping a bit under wraps at the moment because it might be easy to do in CGI, and that'll take all the wind out of everything I'm doing, which is actually bona fide. But I'm planning something which should be dramatic, and I think judging on past performance, and I've had a lot of lots of media and print press and so on over the years. But I would imagine that there'll be a lot of international interest from this. The previous sort of similar ones, which I think probably aren't as good, have had people coming from Netherlands and Germany and Japan and places like that. Have had half a dozen Discovery Channel things as well. So I think that'll actually come out pretty well. There's sort of a niche audience as well, but also just only niche interest to a niche audience. So I'm hoping that I'm sort of making some ways into getting my Tesla coil cranked up again, and I sort of spray washed it, and including all the electrics and so everything sort of wet, so I just let it dry out for a week. And I'm just sort of trying to resurrect and see what I can, because it's all sort of died, and it's also the last show that I did. So I'm planning to resurrect the big Tesla coil. This is the big Tesla coil that I might add that I had. I had to shift my Tesla coil out of the carport to fit the Tesla car in. This is and
fair swap, you know.
as you do, really. But I'm probably sure not many people can say that. But anyway, it was just too big to put anywhere else. And when I get it reconnected together again, it's going to be big, and I'm not quite sure I'm going to put it. I think I'll have to kick my wife's car out of the.
Well, when you run it, if we have 30 Tesla cars there watching it, we could put the 30 Tesla cars in a circle around the Tesla coil, and then you could try and break the world record for bricking and destroying the electronics of 30 cars simultaneously.
Yeah, we can discuss the actual techniques later. But anyway, I'm hoping it's going to look pretty good. And it's I mean, I've had Sunday Times ringing up and say, look, you've got anything else planned, for this, So there has been a lot of interest in stuff before, and people sort of, without me advertising it. So, but you can sort of whiz it off to a whole lot of electrical type interest groups. But by and large, it tends to find the way there anyway. I had one of my ones went to 80 websites in a flash. Just took my internet server down to the US. So so things can, like that, if they're really good, can go sort of viral. But I say it's a bit easy to reproduce in CGI, and that would just
that's not fair.
It won't look anywhere as good. And what you've actually seen, the little bit you've seen, Harold, is I've rethought some of that, and it'll look a lot better and much higher power, and also so. But it's something that I'm hoping that we can involve anyone's Tesla. It does not involve any electricity near your car within as many hundreds of meters as you would like. Although it may not look like that when with the actual with the single exposure comes out. So anyway, later on, I plan to once it's all planned, and probably after it's released with my car, then I can then it'll be free to people to come down and have a night of just putting their car up and sort of having their picture and them in the car and all this. So that should be all sort of interesting. The whole question about me doing a science open day, I know I just get too exhausted trying to sort out people, whole lot of people's shots. It's quite an exhausting day.
Yep.
Just sorting that out with that equipment. But there is a science open day, still exhausting for me, and I just it's really difficult because it's hard to co-op help without sort of having to teach someone about the display. That then they want to come and see other things as well. So it's just a bit, I'm sort of end up being the one that does everything, which is
it is exhausting herding all the cats. I mean, I'm sitting here feeling quite exhausted already.
Sorry.
On this little show.
My dogs are here to keep the cats away. So yeah. But so that's the plan. So it's sometime, and it will probably be January. January will probably be still better. I have to sort out time that suits people to, and really what you think about a sort of a separate show for that type of thing, and with people with Tesla cars versus an open day, which I'd probably have, probably looking at a bigger sort of audience. But I guess
as far as the club's concerned, we will come any time that's convenient. Because most of us aren't fussy. There's a lot. I think there was a question earlier on. How many people are there. I mean, you know, in the club, we now have hundreds.
Yeah.
And as far as Teslas in WA, you know, we have north of 1,000.
I probably couldn't fit them all.
Yeah, Harold, that was me asking that earlier.
Yes.
I was more, I sort of figured that was about the kind of numbers around. I mean, I'd say it's early days, but it's inevitable that that's what's going to be everybody. So
well, here's a good number to compare. At the end of last year, there were 35 cars delivered in a day, and that was sort of like an end of quarter rush for the December quarter. At the end of March, in that 2-week crazy period where a lot of cars got delivered, there were approximately 185 delivered then.
yeah,
Now there's an indication that there will be 300 cars in this next batch.
that's me.
So yeah, and that's
I'm changing my mind.
so
my question was more around, because around town and the daily drive, the Tesla, well, any electric car makes perfect sense. And I wanted to buy one of those 20 years ago. You just couldn't. 15 years ago, I was going to make my own. I got halfway towards doing that, and yeah, the other half decided that I wasn't allowed to do that.
very wise lady.
No,
because,
sorry.
She's a very wise lady because as Chris Jones, Chris Jones, who's the chair of the Electric Vehicle Association in WA, and he's also the national secretary of EVA. He rightly says whenever someone proposes to do an EV conversion of an ICE car to an EV, the first question he asks is, you know, do you want this as a project or do you want this as an economic thing? Like you're not going to be doing this because it makes economic sense. It's much cheaper just to go and buy an EV than to try and convert some old petrol.
That's right. 10 years ago, we were running, you know, an EV challenge for high school students, and we were boring around out here in Midland and places, and yeah, you could see where it was going, but we weren't there yet. And now we're right on that cusp. And no, more what I was asking earlier is how many of us actually head out on the weekend? I mean, you know, is it okay if you had a situation where you could charge 1, 2, 3 cars a day at Southern Cross in half an hour, or is that just so far? You know, we've already got 10 or 12 of us going through.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a good point. So, for instance, at Lake Grace. So one challenge to get to Esperance was you could do it two ways. You could go the coastal route, which was sort of notionally easier, or you could go the inland.
Well, there's a lot of 11 kV charges around the coast, but they're all 11. So you got to have a few nights off.
Yes. So it was arduous to get, or actually it still is a little bit arduous to get to Esperance. But one big achievement that was done was there was a crowdfunding effort made. And that sort of does my head in slightly because it's inappropriate for individuals to have to pay for charging infrastructure. It's something that governments classically do when there's market failure or when something is not economically viable. That's what governments do. That's their job, to provide a service where there is nothing. But anyway, so under this crowdfunded campaign, a 50 kilowatt tritium fast DC charger was installed at Lake Grace, which meant that you could go from Perth, and in most Teslas, you can make it to Lake Grace in one charge, pretty much.
Okay. How far is that?
250 or something?
It'll be close. My old Gemini used to get there on 3/4 of a tank, so that'd be about right.
Lake Grace is approximately 320.
296, yeah,
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. So let's call it
300.
300 Ks, depending on where you're
It's
from.
yeah, 324, 3 hours.
Yes.
33 minutes, yeah.
Yes. So,
Easy.
but that's via a few different routes. And actually, one of the better routes is slightly longer. It might be similar distance, is via Brookton, because there is a type 2 charger. In fact, we'll just bring that up just for interest on the map. So
there's a 50 kilowatt there's a 50 kilowatt plan for Brookton too, isn't there? On the on that Esperance, the crowdfunding one that
no, well, yes and no. No, actually, no, not anymore. So anyway, so if you go via Brookton, there is a type 2 charger there. You need a type 2 cable, which again, for a on a road trip, you can borrow it free from the club. And then you can
sounds like the sort of thing you probably should buy anyway. But,
well, only if you've got a compelling use for it, you know, regularly, because it's not cheap. It's $265. But anyway, so you've got Lake Grace. Now, getting to the point of practicalities. For instance, look, if you're there by yourself, if you're driving, actually, by the way, I actually took. This is the charger that's in Geraldton, and I took it for a trip to Ravensthorpe because in
Shark Fin.
The Shark Fin. So this is a Model X carrying a 100 and I think it was 45 kilogram, 50 kilowatt tritium fast DC charger, which is the same as the one on the ground. I took it to Ravensthorpe because one of these units, which is at Lake Grace, is going to go to Ravensthorpe, and then that will complete the Perth to Esperance highway. So anyway, getting back to the point.
Sorry,
when I went there, the issue was if one car is charging. Sorry, I'll get off this. If one car is charging and another one turns up, of course, then the second one has to wait till the first one's finished. So
yeah. But does that happen often though? I mean, that doesn't strike me as, I mean, if I rocked up in Lake Grace and there was a car on charge, I reckon I'd have an hour's worth of conversation right there.
Yeah, of course. And in fact, actually, and as a matter of fact, what you can do and should do is at Lake Grace, there is actually a destination charger, so a Tesla destination charger at the Roadhouse.
Yeah, so you plug into that while you're waiting, and then.
So in fact, yes. Forget this. There's actually a 3-phase outlet. There's also a destination charger inside as well. So what you do is you have during your hour-long conversation, you actually have your car. There's the ABCs always be charging. So if there's another PowerPoint somewhere else, plug into it because it will still save you time, even though it's only a quarter of the rate. If you're doing that for an hour, you'll save yourself, 15 minutes of fast DC charging.
And that service station that Roadhouse is less than a 10-minute walk from the DC charger. So
yeah, absolutely. So look, there's no secret that because we've been so deprived of fast DC charging in this state, like anyone that goes on a long road trip, Rob knows it, I know it. Richard knows it, others know it, Ken knows it. If you're on a long trip and you're doing AC charging and you want to get to somewhere in that day, it's arduous. So we think that a 50 kilowatt fast DC charger is awesome. If you're in Europe, you just look at them and go, yeah, I'll do that if I'm going to
straight past.
But if I want to go and watch a movie or go and have a meal, like a long dinner, I might plug into something as slow as a 50 kilowatt fast DC charger because it's kind of slow. They have gone well beyond that, and they're into the 150 kilowatt and plus, and further. So, and there's you go to Europe and there's not just one of these things. There's 10 of them at a petrol station. You know,
Richard's got an old photo there. Is that Perth?
that's the Tesla supercharger in Perth.
Yeah, not our
Scotland.
Perth, the other Perth.
No. And I
Yeah.
can tell you now,
Yeah.
there's another Perth in Ontario, in
Yeah.
Canada, and there's another one.
I think I fell asleep. I think I fell asleep towards the end of that episode, but yeah.
And it just so happens as well that my sister in the UK has almost exactly the same car that I do, so it does look identical to mine. It works on every level.
So-
Just with with the I live in Bunbury, so anyone coming down to my show would come down and charge at the Eaton Supercharger. It's got 5 stalls there, and so charging for a large number of Teslas, no problems really.
Yeah. Well, that's right. So I mean, look, and Eaton has got, back in 2017, Tesla promised to have a charger. Well, the pin was over Bunbury, but you know, let's call it Eaton. And then famously, a couple of months later, a pin arrived coming soon for Perth in 2017.
Yeah.
And
the Perth one
2018.
isn't that interesting though, really. The one that's over Williams or Williams?
Yes,
Is it Williams?
Williams.
It's
Williams, yeah.
The Woolshed.
That's an interesting one because that extends our range, and that, you know, now you're talking 800 k's from the city, and you're making Teslas viable for all those people in that 400 k's of the city range.
Yeah, unfortunately, what Tesla haven't done is they have got, Williams. They're putting a supercharger at Williams, right? Which is great when you're coming from Albany going home, because what you do is you're pretty full in Albany, and then you get to Williams, and then you basically top up to get to Perth. The problem is when you're going in the other direction, you're leaving Perth fairly full, and then you're getting to Williams not very depleted, and then of course your supercharging rate of charge is quite low because you're already 2/3 charged, or even 3/4. And then you've got to make it from Williams all the way to Albany. Notwithstanding, there is a 50 kilowatt charge, and at the moment, now at Kojonup. But what Tesla should have done, or what they should do, is not just put one at Williams, which is great, but also put one at Kojonup. So Kojonup is for people coming from Perth, and Williams is for people coming from Albany.
Yeah,
that's missed opportunity. And then, of course, what Tesla should
a lot of my trips will actually be further south. If you move your mouse down a little bit, down and to the right, keep going right.
Just say what's the town?
Ish there somewhere. See that big national park between Bremer Bay and Fitzgerald? Yeah, Bremer Bay, that kind of area, all through there. You're kind of stuffed. What got me thinking about what you could do with solar panels and a whole stack of 175 amp hour, 12 volt batteries, and you can do.
Yes. Yeah.
You could charge 1 or 2 Teslas a day on that.
So on the what's called the Perth to Esperance, I forget, on this crowdfund setup.
Yeah, there's supposed to be one at Ravy, isn't there?
There is a charger that's already been paid for. It's ready to go into Ravensthorpe, but unfortunately, the council, the Shire of Ravensthorpe, for reasons best known to themselves, don't seem to be particularly accommodating or interested in
Harold,
hosting it.
I thought that issue was solved now. Is Rob still on the podcast?
Rob, what have you heard about Ravensthorpe?
The latest I heard about 2 weeks ago was some hurdles had been cleared, and it was progressing further. And as I said before, it's a human problem here. It's not money or tech. It's a human problem. You still have people on councils that think electric cars are going to bring latte sipping greenies into their town, and that is a fact. That is not just something.
That's us, isn't it?
Yes. Whereas in Lake Grace, they had a very progressive shire, including the fuel station owner who's on the shire, who did everything to get that charger into Lake Grace as quick as possible. But unfortunately, Ravensthorpe's got one or two councillors that don't see it that way.
The thing with Lake Grace is there was competition because it was supposed to first go to Hayden, and Lake Grace wanted it instead of Hayden. Hayden were dragging their feet, and Lake Grace got it. But there's no competition at Ravensthorpe. There's nothing. What did you say, Rob? Nothing 200 k's either way of Ravensthorpe, is there?
What about Jerramunga? Go left a bit. Yeah, there. No, left. Next one over on Jerramunga.
Go west.
Towards Albany.
Down. There's a green tag there already. Yeah, there. Yeah. No, left.
Yeah, Jerramunga have got
East,
2 Tesla
right.
connectors.
West of me. Yeah, they've got two 11 kilowatt
No
copies.
Yeah.
But there's a pretty easy route if you're going to get to Esperance. It is further, but not a terrible lot further, to go down through Katanning. It doesn't show it on here, but there's quite good roads to get from Katanning to Jerramunga. And if you want to create a bit of competition, Jerramunga v Ravy. I'm not sure. I think Ravy is in the Jerramunga Shire. I'm not sure if you've gone over the border by then or not.
No, Ravensthorpe is Ravensthorpe Shire.
Yeah, okay. So the border is, I think the border might be Jerda Cut Up. Not Jerda Cut Up. Yeah, the other one. I can't remember. But yeah, there's quite a good road from Katanning to Jerramunga. I know it well, really well. Sorry, I think you're on mute, Harold. Sorry.
Sorry. Katanning, the problem with the Jerramunga, with doing Jerramunga is that Katanning, if you charge up at Katanning, it's at 35 kilowatts, so that's at reduced rate. The great thing about Ravensthorpe, and I think they probably know it, is it's really at this conjunction where you've got the Albany route.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Inland route.
Yeah.
You've got Lake Grace,
Yeah.
and you've also got the Hayden route. That all converges at Ravensthorpe, and that means, and also the spacing is ideal because, okay, Lake Grace, you can basically make Lake Grace from Perth with most cars. You can easily make Ravensthorpe from both Esperance and Lake Grace and Hayden for that matter.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I 100% agree. Ravensthorpe is far better, far more sensible situation. I'm just saying, if you want to try and generate a bit of competition, Ravensthorpe versus Jerramunga, I'm pretty sure you could generate some competition there.
Yep. Well, in fact,
I may even be able to stir the pot on your behalf.
Well, the thing is, actually, both sites are great because if you have one at Ravensthorpe and at Esperance and at Jerramunga, it makes the Albany, Jerramunga, Ravensthorpe, Esperance leg a lot easier because
Jerramunga up to Esperance is what, 400 k's. Jerramunga up to Albany is about 200. So Jerry's just that little bit too far from Esperance. I mean, you'll get there, but it'll be more comfortable from Ravy because Esperance to Ravy to Albany is a more even split.
Well, the thing is too, that route is on the electric highways planning scheme.
Yeah.
But God only knows. This chuffed campaign, this crowdfunded campaign, Rob, that was pre-COVID, wasn't it? It's more than a year ago.
Yes.
We had this money more than a year ago.
Yeah, it's way before.
Way before.
Lake Grace was locked in before April last year.
Yes.
Can they pull a full 50 kilowatts at Lake Grace?
Yep.
Unlike
Yes.
Canning?
Oh yes. 50.
Joseph had it unlocked to 50. It was governed down to 40, and Joseph rang or emailed ChargeFox, and they lifted it to 50.
Yep. And the same
Just
with
like
Ravy,
Gerald,
the
just like the
network
top
can
line.
handle it. Same with Ravensthorpe, the network can handle it, a full 50 kilowatts.
Yeah, Ravensthorpe's at the end of the Swiss.
Mm.
Right.
But it's 50 kilowatts to a town is nothing. It's 80 amps 3-phase.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
it's,
well,
it's nothing.
Well, I know that Bremer Bay, the entirety of Bremer Bay, apart from the industrial area, which is where the charger that's there is, the one at the pub, that the one at the pub can do 22, but the rest of the town is all single phase.
Right.
Everything on the, like you drive into town, everything on the right is the industrial area, and they've got 3-phase. Everything to the left, which is pretty much everything, is all single phase.
Wow.
You're right.
Interesting.
And the best you can get in the caravan park is a 15 amp socket.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, a 15 amp socket, frustratingly, a 15 amps, if you could put 15 amps into your car, you'd get about 20 k's an hour. But when you plug, when you get your car, you'll get a second generation, what they call a UMC, Universal Mobile Connector, and it has 2 tails.
Yeah, I already bought the.
Oh, yes, that's
amp.
right. Yes, sorry, yes. So,
30.
yep.
Yeah.
So you'll get 2 tails that come with it, and one is a 10 amp plug, and one is a 15 amp plug. The only difference between 10 and 15.
I haven't seen a 15 amp plug in years. I've seen lots of 32s, but no 15.
Okay, well, the caravan parks, that's their standard outlet. Is for caravans is a 15 amp outlet,
15.
and it looks just like a 10 amp. It's just that the earth pin is fatter.
Yeah.
So you can put a 10 amp plug into a 15 amp socket, but you can't do the reverse. You can't put a 15 into a 10.
Unless
you
you
can
show
with a file. Yeah, you can with a file.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's not any advice
not
you hear in this
recommended.
segment. And what's that saying? Anything you hear in this segment is of a general nature and isn't specific advice.
Not specific advice. Yeah.
So, but the frustrating thing is the new UMCs, the 15 amp tail only allows your car to draw 12 amps, and the 10 amp tail only draws 8 amps. And it's because the Americans in their system, they have to derate long-term loads by 20%. In Australia, you don't. In Australia, you don't have to derate.
UMC that we could get that though.
So say again.
I thought Tesla had done an update on the UMC, like an over-the-air thing that meant
Yes,
we could get
they did. They did for the press cars when they brought the Model 3s out to demonstrate them for the motoring journalists. They actually they whinged about the slow rate of charge, so they updated the UMCs that they were given and reflashed them so that they would draw the 10 amps and the 15 amps that they were supposed to draw. But it has. But Tesla are not doing that for everyone else's UMCs for what we believe to be technical reasons, which have probably got more to do with the way those things were approved and possibly the markings on the actual devices. So unfortunately, everyone here this is for people that have got new S's, X's and 3s, the second generation UMC tails are derated slightly.
Right.
So for what it's worth,
it sounds like it's a good idea to buy the 7. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, for what it's worth, for 3 years we were in a rental and using a 15 amp socket, and I actually manually ended up going to, I think it was a 13 or 12 amps, just because it was a transparent cover and I could see it was actually starting to melt and get really, get that sort of the carbon.
Yep.
Well, it just didn't look good. So I actually manually, backed off the amps a couple of, I think if you're just doing it occasionally, it's all right. But if you're doing it, that's your primary method of charging every night. And I couldn't hardwire it because it's not my own place. And
something that the new chargers do have though, Richard, is they actually have a temperature sensor built into the head of the plug, and it actually monitors the temperature.
Right.
And if it gets a bit too warm, it actually shuts down the current.
That would be perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Mm.
that's what it does.
I personally don't see that. I mean, I obviously don't have a car yet, but I don't see that as being an issue or a problem over like on the daily grind. I mean, I've got to do what 70 something Ks a day, and I'll eat that for breakfast on a standard 10 amp plug through 450 meters worth of extension cords. You know, it won't be a problem. But the catch is getting to these remote places, like Bremer Bay and Kalgoorlie, and the places where I've got people to go see and places to be, and you're going to be driving there with kids, and an hour on the side of the road or 2 hours on the side of the road with kids does not sound like fun.
No. End of next year.
I've done Kalgoorlie with my cousins and their 10-month-old baby. That was all right.
10-month-olds all right. It's when they're a bit older than that.
They can't
Actually,
run yet.
that's a good point.
Playing.
Yeah. It's when they can start running and thinking for themselves that.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's
when you got a teenager that got no service on their phone, and they're just going,
nightmare.
I'm bored.
Kalgoorlie's got a bit of you got to wait at Merredin for a while, but getting to Bremer Bay is not an issue. You've got
Bremer sounds
you've got
Bremer sounds pretty
Katanning.
straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even going to Esperance at the moment, it's not really a big deal. If you 95% charge at Lake Grace on the DC, you don't have to.
Yep.
You only have to stop at Ravensthorpe for a short top up to get you through to Esperance. So even on the 11 kilowatt, you may only have to stay there for 45, 50 minutes just to get enough through to get to Esperance. And look, the more cars that drive these roads, the more they see electric cars in their town, the more chance they've got to put DC chargers in. When they see them, when they see people in shops buying stuff and they see that car at the front, they'll ask you questions. What's the car? How does it charge? And you drop the hint. DC charger will be good in this town.
Yeah, and we take it for a spin and give them one of our referral cards, the business cards that we were talking about earlier.
Hey, you were asking about Lake Grace when the Chuff campaign. So I had a look, and the opening when we were there, Harold.
Yep.
At Lake Grace, that was the 22nd of September last year. So that was the day it was commissioned.
It was funny because I remember seeing you rock up, thinking, "Damn, there's other people there." That was September last year. Wow.
22nd, yeah.
Wow, I thought it was longer ago.
The money was raised, and the Shire agreed to it in April.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they were really keen to get it going. Basically, the hold up was the installers. While you're there, have a look on PlugShare. Here's an interesting. We're talking about Mars before. Have a look on PlugShare and go to Jurien Bay Charger today, because we had some of these Tesla owners in WA have gone a bit overboard in the Martian stuff.
Yeah, are you up near Jurien?
Jurien Bay DC.
Is that where you are, Rob?
Whoa.
Okie dokie then.
Rightio. So.
No, that's Triple M radio.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Rightio. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I'm not sure they're going to wear those all the way to Kununurra.
Well, it
might get a bit warm.
Yeah. What's that saying? I think less is more, so I'm going to say less.
Maybe they've got a one of these steering wheel cooling things revitalised into their suit.
Right. So I didn't notice that they actually checked in. No, they didn't check in. They just put a photo up.
Don't you hate that?
So, right.
I
And they,
didn't realise that the Tritium charger is now properly branded biofuel charger.
oh yes,
That's awesome.
yeah,
With
it
the proper
is.
cover and everything. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it was like that from day one.
No, I've only been there when it was the 40k kilowatt charger, the original.
That was it on the back of the car when we first put it in,
Oh, wicked! Yeah,
because it's appropriate for an electric car to deliver a fast DC charger to a site,
of course.
and that only took look an hour and a half. But yeah, that's been there for a while now.
Fantastic.
That was actually 12th of November last year.
What
So-
happened to John's charger that was at Arthur River?
Oh, well, it basically, it did its job, which was to provide that link between Perth and Albany until the Kojonup charger went in. And basically it no longer made sense to have the Arthur River one there anymore.
Yep.
So yeah,
But-
it basically did its job.
But he's deploying it somewhere else now.
That's what I meant. Where is it?
Yeah, he's actually got a couple, and he's looking at deploying them east of Norseman at the roadhouses.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Because
That's exciting.
yes, because of course, frustratingly, the government isn't taking charges to UCLA. The fast DC charger network ends at Kalgoorlie. Although I think the map actually shows a link from Kalgoorlie to Esperance. So it's plausible that there'll be a charger at Norseman. But then, of course, you've still got
Norseman's a bit like Ravy
to get to the border.
Yeah, Norseman's a bit like Ravy. It's one of those intersection points, isn't it?
Well, it's ideal because it's basically right in between Kalgoorlie and Esperance. Of course, you can make it in most in almost all EVs between Kalgoorlie and Esperance, but you don't have to.
Yeah, but if you're coming west or you're heading east, Norseman is a
Actually, I take that back. Sorry, no, that's not true at all. Sorry, you can make it from Norseman to Esperance. Sorry, you can't make it from Kalgoorlie to Esperance. But yeah, Norseman's a natural middle point.
So what's Norseman like as a charger? Because there's a couple of comments there. It's a bit, for opportunistic charging, there was a problem or something.
That's the guy that used that charger, that free phase. He used the 7.2 kilowatt single phase adapter, and I think that's his problem.
It had problems, yeah. Maybe there was a dicky pin on that charger.
So that's what they're at the minute, a 32 amp plug. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, this one's different. This one's a different photo. That's not the one we were talking about. That's the prior photo. Because that gentleman, I forget his.
That car is called John Snow.
Right.
Oh, and there is a white car with silver wheels.
Ah, yes.
Oh,
That's a.
Nigel.
It looks quite nice. It looks really quite nice, doesn't it?
Looks good.
Nice
It
spot
looks-
coming.
Not keen.
Yeah, so the problem with this charger when I went to it was the plastic surrounds. The thing is, the problem is these three-phase outlets aren't actually intended for multiple use. They're basically intended to connect a piece of equipment to it. You screw you plug the plug in and you leave it alone for like months or ever. They're not really intended for rapid insertions and extractions. That's why a Clipsal plug costs $50, $60 and the knockoffs are even less. But a proper Type 2 Menikes plug or cable costs a couple of $100 because you've got zero insertion force. So what happened on this outlet is the plastic is sort of broken away just inadvertently from people pulling it not quite at the correct angle.
they shake it, Harold, as they pull it
Yeah,
out.
because it's hard to pull out. It's hard. Those pins aren't, they're split.
It's meant to be.
Yeah, well,
designed that way.
they're split brass pins, and there's a lot of friction to make a good contact, because that's the cheapest way to do that. So unfortunately, they're not designed to be used often. But in absence of anything else, it's better than nothing, vastly better than nothing. But obviously, what would be better in this case would be for there to be a 22 kilowatt EVSE, like a Tesla destination charger or an EO charger or Schneider or whatever, because then we can just use our Type 2 cables and just plug in effortlessly. And you never draw too much power, because all these connectors. Well, actually, Ken, you were saying there are a couple of 3-phase outlets at a car park in Perth, in town somewhere, and the problem is, if you have 2 cars plugged in, it pops the circuit breaker.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, Harold.
Sorry, Richard.
Go for it, Ken.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it was really just an issue. That happened to be at the one in West Perth. Come on, it'll come to me. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The City of Perth one, they had 2 back-to-back 3-phase sockets, and I think they shared a 40 amp breaker. And so that works great if you've got 2 people drawing 16 amps across 3-phase. But if you've got 2 people drawing 32 amps on L1, then it trips the breaker. And in fact, we had a situation where I was drawing 16 amps 3-phase and the Model 3 plugged in drawing 32 amps single phase, and that tripped the breaker because L1 still got over 40 amps.
Is that Mayfair, Ken?
That was Mayfair Street. Yeah, that's right. They appear to have either solved it now, or the guy who was using his Model 3 there cranks it back. That's Ant's Kona, and so he had the problem as well. When the guy with the Model 3 was there drawing 32 amps on L1, it would trip. And the slightly troublesome thing is all the lighting went out in the car park when it tripped the breaker.
So that's Joseph's car there, obviously, because Joseph charges everywhere. And big shout out to Joseph. He watches us, so good on you, Joseph. But the issue there, as Ken sort of said, is you've got the two outlets, and you are by all rights presumed to be entitled to draw 32 amps off both of them at the same time. But that's not the way it's been configured. Just like in your house, if you draw 10 amps out of 2 GPOs, you'll pop your circuit breaker, because if you're sharing it on one circuit, you're only allowed to draw 16 amps, and it'll pop the breaker. But if there were 2 EVSEs back to back, then it would power share.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with this stuff, is it's kind of uncontrolled, and they've done it for the right reason, and they're being helpful, but you can get unintended consequences.
Yep, and the same thing applies at the Art Gallery car park as well. They've got a pair of 32 amps in there. I charge in there pretty often as well.
Is that City Place Community Centre?
No, across the road from there, straight across the road. That one.
Cultural Centre.
Yep. It's almost wired exactly the same way. They've just got a pair of 32 amps on a shared breaker.
Yeah, and that's and therein lies the problem. That when it was only 1 or 2 cars in all of Perth that could, would use those facilities, it was okay. But once you get those few extra cars, it becomes a problem.
Harold, getting back to Norseman, sorry. There is another 3-phase power point in Norseman, but I haven't plug shared it because I'd rather people use the oval first. It was actually interesting because there was 2 Teslas pulled up in Norseman at the same time 2 weeks ago. So Rob from EV Works, he actually pulled into town at 10 o'clock at night expecting to use the charger, and there was already car park there. which is pretty rare out there.
Oh, and you'd be shattered too, because you've come all this way and you're going, I'm just going to plug my car in and then go to bed, like go to the caravan park or whatever, which is what I did.
Yeah, so he was nice. But I spoke to the CEO of Northern nearly 5 years ago when I was actually charging at that point. And he said, look, I'll talk to Horizon Power, see what they can do about putting a better charging facility in. And he got back to me a few months later and he said, Horizon Power just are coming up with all these excuses about they need to upgrade transformers and all that. Because it's on grid power. There's probably maybe 150 houses in town, so it's not short of power.
No.
But typical Horizon just comes up with excuses.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a shame. Well, obviously, hopefully by next year, there will be a fast DC charger in Norseman.
It'll be good. It'll be great.
But obviously, Shane, if you want to go to the Eastern Seaboard, the challenge is what do you do after Norseman? And what you do is you charge on AC. So then it's just the roadhouses. And they are there, Cocklebiddy, Balladonia, Eucla, Border Village.
Yeah. They're all stopovers though. They're not. That's okay. That's all right. I haven't done that trip in a very long time. That's fine.
Yeah. Well,
that's all right.
But the thing is too, I mean, Rob's been around Australia. I've been around. I did it in 19 days, and that was without the fast DC charger at Jurien Bay and Geraldton. So that was 8,000. I think it's 8,000 kilometres on AC until Townsville. So you can do it. And
I see there's one trophy left. You're going to have to give me the to get around Australia. There's one trophy left. Is that right? No, Rob. What's your number? I'm number 6.
I'm number 10.
Are you 10?
Oh, so 10's gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's closer to 20 now, isn't it?
No. That white car in the photo, that John Snow, that's just about to complete the trip, and he's number 13.
Oh,
okay.
But an interesting story is that at this moment in time, there are 4 Teslas doing the round Australia trip at different parts of this country.
Yeah.
So
I reckon that sounds like a fantastic idea. That sounds like a whole pile of fun.
Yeah. But now here's another thing.
If you reckon you can.
What colour is your car?
Oh, what do you reckon?
Poppy pearl white.
Because an interesting story of the 13 electric cars that have gone around Australia, and if we count the 3 that are going around now, which will make it 16, 9 of them are blue.
All right.
Yeah. So I don't know why.
Well, that's the most popular colour worldwide. Reflex blue.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
It's a horrible colour to keep clean on an open road.
So do you know what the first electric car to go around Australia was?
No.
It was 10 years. It's a 10-year anniversary coming up.
It was a Leaf, wasn't it?
No, it was a 1956 MG converted. So that, and it only ever got into one media site, and that was ABC News. No one else reported on it, which is pretty sad because it was quite an epic journey for 10 years ago.
Would be.
Yeah, so Rob, I'm just looking at the. I'm just trying to find how to do this. I'm just looking at the round the trip. I've got the first 9. You're not on it, so you're obviously 10. The first was Glen George.
Yep, that's the
MG. The MG conversion. And then, and that was on the 14th of November 2011. Then on the 29th of September 2016 was Richard McNeil in a Tesla. That was a 90DS. Oh no, Glenn actually went from Perth to Perth.
He got divorced.
Yeah. So that's from Perth. Next one, number 2 was Richard McNeil from Melbourne to Melbourne. And then 22nd November 2016, Jeff Johnson in a Nissan Leaf. And then Sylvia with some co-drivers. So the first one was solo. The second one was 4 co-drivers or 4 drivers. Sorry, co-drivers. Jeff Johnson in the Leaf was solo. Sylvia was with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 odd co-drivers. They were all ladies, actually. Fifth was Steve and Keita Burrell from Perth in a Model S. That was in a... So the first 4 cars were blue. The fifth car was titanium, which is the same color as mine. Then I was next, solo in a Model X. And then Weeby Wacker was number 7. His trip was a lot longer. He went for a couple of years, I think, or a year or something, in a converted VW. Is it a Golf wagon, Rob?
VW Passat.
Passat, sorry.
Yeah.
Then Richard Smith in 2019 was number 8 in a Model X, and Linda Rawes in a Model S in 2019 as well. Actually, that's the late Linda Rawes.
Yeah.
And Rob was 10 to round out the first 10 trophies.
And then number 11 was a Model 3.
JP.
Silver.
Sorry?
It was a
So
silver
red.
Model 3.
No, was it a red Model
No, wasn't
3?
it? No, wasn't it JP
No.
John Pierre?
No, Peter from Melbourne. We met him at the pub,
Oh, Peter from T3,
and it was a silver Model 3.
wrapped.
Yes.
And now here's a great story. It's not a great story, but here's a great anecdote or warning to everyone. He was at the Cable Beach Resort with his Model 3, and he had Sentry mode.
Oh, yeah.
Because there were little wallabies hopping around, he was concerned that they would set off Sentry mode. And when you set off Sentry mode, the headlights flash. And he was concerned that he would inconvenience other patrons. So he deliberately turned Sentry mode off at night time. Of course, in the middle of the night, he hears the smashing of a window, and one of the locals in Broome had smashed his rear passenger window to break into the car, and then ran off and commandeered a golf buggy and was involved in a slow speed chase down the road in a golf buggy. Now, what he had to do then...
So golf buggy v Tesla?
No, he wasn't running after. No,
Security.
I think security was running after the golf buggy. So he then had to go to...
So Sneakers v golf buggy.
Well, so he had to go to the local Mitre 10 or Bunnings, or I don't think it was Bunnings, it was whatever, some hardware place. And he bought some Perspex. And I tell you what, he basically, like when you looked at it, because I thought he would have this horrendous trip to Perth with no rear window, like no passenger window. But he'd actually expertly fitted in a piece of Perspex that he'd trimmed custom and gaffer taped it in, and it was a perfect fit and finish. It was awesome. Sadly, we couldn't get Tesla to fix it in Perth because at that time the so-called service centre was it was just a tilt slab building, ancient tilt slab building next to Karrakatta Cemetery. So they didn't have any parts, and they certainly didn't have any windows. So he had to continue the rest of his trip to, was it Sydney or Melbourne, Rob? With this homemade temporary window. But yes, that's a warning to everyone. Just leave your Sentry on, because, you know, had he had it on, it would have recorded the footage of his window being broken and would have been great to give to the police. But anyway, that's just a warning to everyone. Don't worry about your headlights flashing every now and then for some sort of wildlife, because you know, sure as hell your car's going to get broken into.
Going back to number 2, Richard McNeil, and Peter Terran would be interested in this. Richard McNeil's engineer friend, he invented a device called the Octopus. So basically, he didn't know how much free phase power he'd get around Australia. So he carried this device. He'd plug into 2 caravan sockets at the same time and charge his car from 2 lots of 15 amps. But part of the trick was he had to search around and find caravan sockets that were on different phases. So when they'd get a caravan site, they'd have to keep moving around a caravan park till they found 2 different phases on the same post. And this device weighed 60 kilograms, including all the cables. So he could basically get an overnight charge in about 10 hours.
That's a clever idea.
In the Perth conference centre, as I was running my big Tesla call there, and I just wasn't quite sure if it'll handle if it would sort of pop the breakers on on one phase of the 32 amp plug. So I made a special distribution, I've got a special distribution box made up to actually parallel that with the next. You know, right there, Ronnie, I didn't know if they were fused differently or how they. So I basically paralleled the same phase on 2 separate sockets. If they were fused separately, that would have been fine. I don't know if they were or not, but I couldn't tell beforehand. So I didn't want to tell them what I was doing anyway. But I had the sort of safety thing to make sure I wasn't actually going to join 2 phases together. That all worked fine. I didn't, and ran it all flat out, and there's no dramas. But yeah, it was. It's all on the same phase, so I can't run the Tesla core on more than one phase. Although you can, the one that they had is. For one of the big day outs, it was a big Tesla core from overseas, and that did run 3 phase. It had 3 big mains transformers and running through a whole array of sort of a bridge array of diodes and so on to get DC out of it. So yeah, each 3 phase. Yeah.
What Richard McNeil had, which Rob was describing, was an auto transformer. So then basically. Yeah, he had to have a phase indicator. So he had to make sure that the 2 plugs were in phase. And then with the auto transformer, he could basically combine that together. I'd actually dragged around 2 isolation transformers. So I could get, because the car doesn't actually care if this is for 15 amps, caravan sockets. The car doesn't care if it's supplied with power that's in phase or in 3 phase. And at the time I'd done tests and you could actually charge the car on 2 phases. And it didn't, like I said, didn't matter if it was in phase or out of phase. But what matters is, because all the outlets are RCD protected, you've got to have the active going out of one socket be matched by the neutral return. And of course, you can't do that when you're putting things into the car. So I had to have isolation transformers, which weighed 30 kilos each. So I had 2 of those in the back of my car going around Australia on the off chance that I'd need to use 15 amp caravan outlets and have to charge faster. Because at least that way you could get 30 Ks an hour as opposed to 15 Ks an hour. And that's what Richard did with his Octopus. Was he could basically manage to get about 30 Ks an hour of charging rather than the 15 that you'd ordinarily get.
The other thing, and you were talking about the Juice Booster 2. Now Richard carried the Juice Booster 1, or I don't think they called it the Juice Booster 1, but it was the first one.
Yep.
So he actually
had 2 of them actually.
He carried 2 of them to start with.
He had a spare.
Yeah. So he got up to Queensland and one of them packed in. So what he did was he was very mindful of having a plan B. So he ordered a 3rd one and he had that sent to him at Darwin. Not long after getting to Darwin, his 2nd one packed in. So he was saying to the supplier, look, these juice boosters you're sending me are not very reliable. They're not very good. So he ordered a fourth one. And the fourth one, because he was getting these for free, the fourth one was going to arrive in Perth. Anyway, he rang me one Saturday afternoon about 5 o'clock and he said, Rob, he goes, have you got your UMC? And I said, what, the portable one? I said, yes. He said, could you post it up to me? So he'd got to Nanatara Roadhouse in Western Australia, and the third juice booster had failed, right? So he had no charging options at all. And I said, well, why don't you use the UMC in the boot of your car? He said, I left it in Sydney. So he just didn't think he'd need it. So I ended up I posted my UMC and my twin three-phase charging kits to Carnarvon, and his mate had to get on a bus and catch the bus from Nanatara to Exmouth to Carnarvon and then back to Nanatara again, which is, I think it's about like an 800-kilometre round trip with this cable. So it turns out when he got back to Sydney, it wasn't the juice booster's fault, it was his car doing it. His car was actually causing the problem. So but obviously he didn't tell that to the supplier of all the juice boosters. And I don't think they're watching this YouTube video.
Elon Musk watches it. Shout out, make sure thumbs up, Elon. It's all good. And Damon watches it. Ashley, big shout out to Ashley. Joseph, Joe vicariously, or now I think the kids are asleep, so she's gone to bed now, but she can watch the rest of it later. But yeah, you're right. I don't think the owners of Juice Booster are watching it. And anyway, it's a statute of limitations. It's 4 years ago.
Well, and look,
5 years ago.
The Juice Booster 2 is a very, very good device. Look, at $2,200, you want to be very keen traveller, but it is a pretty good device.
It is, yes, but the alternative that we discussed earlier is basically just as good, and in fact, it's got a few more features. It actually shows you how much total power has gone into your car. Although, of course, your car says the same thing anyway.
Yeah,
as long
as you don't tread on it, or it's fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
The difference is the juice booster's got a aluminium or a steel body.
Aluminium. Yeah.
Aluminium.
Yeah, aluminium extruded. I think it's extruded aluminium from memory.
Yeah, so you can't drive over it.
The one through the club is the one with the plastic European three-phase connected doohickey.
No. It's got a Clipsal 32 amp three-phase Clipsal plug.
Yeah, is it? There was one I saw that had a European plastic connector that you could connect a different tail onto it for the 32 amp or 20 amp.
Yes. So the Juice Booster for $2,200.
It's got the aluminium.
Has a snap-in. Yeah, it's a snap-in connector.
Yeah.
Which, depending on what plug is on the end of it, it will automatically tell the Juice Booster what current to allow. But that's $2,200. The one that the club is selling is this one, which just has a 32 amp three-phase plug only.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
But that's only, well, it's not $1,395. It's $750.
Yeah, it's half that. Yeah.
Half that, roughly. Yeah. But and that's, look, there are only one or two places in WA where there is not a 32 amp outlet and it's actually a 20 amp plug. And one of those is, I think it's Pardue or Sandfire. It's one or the other.
Pardue.
Oh, sorry, Pardue.
Yeah, but 20 to 32 amp converter is like, let's go to Bunnings and get creative.
Well, yeah. So the Pardue one is actually it's on a bit of conduit that's bent and laying on, like the actual thing's laying on the ground. because the cyclone.
Okay,
blew it
so
over.
so I thought I was being dodgy saying go to Bunnings and get creative. That's way more creative.
Yeah, well, this place has had more cyclones and hot dinners. So yeah, there's no surprise that it's a bit agricultural. But yeah, so Pardue is a 20 amp outlet. So a warning to anyone that's going to Broome, needing to charge at Pardue, and you probably do. I don't know if you can make it to Sandfire from Port Hedland. You might just be able to.
It's 300 k's.
You're right. Okay, but if you go to go on.
Sorry, what's the slightly Wim Creek? What's the brown? I've
Yeah,
seen
no,
orange ones. I've seen green
Wim
ones.
Creek
Mine
is
doesn't
actually-
show up there.
Yeah, Wim Creek, unfortunately, is shut. So when Weeby Wacker was there in 2018, it was open. I actually went there later in 2018. Sorry, gotta go that way. In November it was open, and then I think there's a check-in actually. Outback Tesla. This is Richard Smith. In April 2019, it was shut. And Rob, you've been there later in that year, and it was also shut. Still shut, and it's still shut now.
And
so the brown means
so brown means restricted. It's been done as restricted just so that it makes the pin less prominent. So under your filters, if you go filters, sorry, where's the restricted? Include restricted. Right. So I'm showing restricted. If I took that off, Wim Creek would then disappear.
Right.
Because restricted usually means you can't use it, or you can only use it, during business hours, or in the case of Wim Creek, it was an easy way of effectively hiding it from most of the maps, because Wim Creek is shut, so you can't go there. And there are a couple. I think Mataranka. No, sorry, Dunmurra has been set to restricted. I think Rob, you did that because their generator is nearly kaput. Three-phase socket's been removed. Oh, well, there you go. Wow, that's going to make it harder to get around Australia, Rob.
Well, the interesting thing is Elliot down the road has a Tesla destination charger in a box.
Yeah, I know, because I went there and I spoke to, let me just pause this. So shout out to Damon and everyone watching on YouTube. You won't be able to hear what I'm just about to say, but it'll be okay. It's nothing important.
Because that's grid power, that town. It's actually controlled by the Northern Territory government.
Yeah, so Elliot would be good. Yeah, that's right, because since now Dunmurra is effectively shut because you can only get 10 amps or 15 from a caravan outlet, that makes it really tough to get to Tennant Creek in any reasonable time. So Elliot would be good, because Elliot is eminently viable from Mataranka, or even possibly from Catherine.
Yeah. Elliot, distance-wise, is beautifully spaced. It's like 240 kilometres each way.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah,
that would be good. I mean, because what happened at Dunmurra was I actually blacked out the roadhouse. So if you look at more check-ins, I was there. I didn't actually put a comment on the check-in, but basically what happened was I was charging away at 24 amps 3-phase, and I think I wrote it. Oh yeah, I wrote this: make sure you draw no more than 16 amps, because it basically blacked out the whole place. But I think, Rob, didn't you black out as well?
No. When we got there, before we plugged in, the place blacked out. But and all the people with the caravans all walked out of the door. So where the hell is my air conditioner? And the kitchen staff come out and said, look, this happens every day in the afternoon, because the generator was crap.
It overheats.
So So they
Which
waited for it to cool
overheats.
down
Yep.
and then they cooked dinner. So I plugged into 15 amps, but I waited till about 7 p.m. till it cooled down. And overnight they got us enough to get through to the next town, which it's really sad though, because Dunmurra is so run down, but the actual kitchen and the food was really good.
Mm.
It was like this, you know, the rest of the place, the swimming pool was a disgrace. The rest of the place was terrible. It's just a shame someone doesn't take $1 million in there and just fixes it all up. Because the money will come in. People will stop for food and drink.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
And look, getting back to Wim Creek. Wim Creek is not closed because of lack of customers. It closed because of poor management.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the times we stopped there, the place was buzzing. All the footy teams from Port Hedland and Carafa would stop there and get their breakfast and dinner and all that stuff.
I stayed overnight because the Rangers Hotel in Carafa was fully booked.
Yes.
So I thought, oh well, I'll just plug in for a couple of hours to get enough juice to get to Wim Creek, and I just went to Wim Creek. Scarily, I tried to ring Wim Creek just to make sure they had a place for me and that they were open, and they just never answered their phone. So when I got there, I told them, your phone's not working, because no one answered it, because I was worried that maybe they were shut, but thankfully they weren't. And yeah, you're right, Rob. Wim Creek was heaving. It was busy. Really
They had satellite TV and Barramundi burgers and
Yep.
Yeah. So, and as far as I know, the little copper mine, they're still working that copper mine next door.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how come they've got generators there. They've got a couple of beautiful big 250 kVA generators.
Yep.
That's
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. So Shane, it is a bit of a challenge when you go to the sticks, but look, it's great fun.
Oh yeah.
Most of the time, it's great fun. You know. It's only arduous every now and then.
I've probably got one question left. When's the next social get together?
The next one is actually on Sunday,
Say
in a
after
month's
long
time. It's roughly it's on the Sunday the 6th of June, and it's at
Sorry, the 6th.
It's at sorry.
The 6th, you said.
Yeah, 6th, Sunday the 6th of June at the C.Y. O'Connor pub, which is in south of Canning Vale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might be still in the eye dirty by then, unfortunately.
Oh, that's okay.
Do you want to hear a funny story?
As long as it's good for YouTube, it's all good. Or I can press.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good for YouTube. It's a good story about Mr. Harry Tesler, actually. I said already that I'd never seen a Tesla, and I rocked up at the Tesla showroom thinking, let's give this a wally. And I was actually not going to buy a Tesla. I was going to buy something else. And walked in and.
What were you going to buy, actually, just out of interest?
I was going to wait for the Ioniq 5.
Right. Yep. Cool. Yep. Go
on. And then I decided. Well, I put it this way: I went for my little drive, and I went, "Yeah, no, I'm not waiting. I've waited long enough. I'm done. The iDirty's done its dash. It's time to upgrade." So away we went, and so I went for me half-hour drive where you get to jump in the car, and I actually couldn't believe it that they were going to let me drive this car by myself with no supervision, essentially.
Yep.
And after about 3 minutes in the car, I was particularly disbelieving that they'd let me drive this thing without supervision.
Because you put your foot down, you go, "Oops, it's already doing 100 k's an hour."
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that I let myself drive it without supervision. But anyway, so
you were supervised the whole time because they know exactly where you are.
I didn't realise that at the time, but my guess is his phone was going ding, 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 ding. Anyway, so went for the little drive up the hill, and then went for the little drive back again. And I walked back in, and we were all wearing masks, so they couldn't. It was the weekend, we were all shut down. And I walked back in, and they wouldn't have been able to see the look on my face. And Harry or someone, or I think it was Harry, said, "Oh, how'd you go?" Well, I think he probably knew, because in retrospect, his phone was telling him exactly how it was going. I sort of pulled my mask down with a big grin on my face and said straight up to him, said, "Where can I hire one of these things?" Because that trip was nothing like what I normally drive. That is just not representative of what I do daily, not even close. So I want to hire one. And he pulled up a few hire things. And he was like, "Oh, they've got these options. They're all pretty old cars, though, relative to what you're looking at." And I went, "Okay, fair enough." And then he goes, "Oh, well, you can put down a deposit." I won't say how much the deposit was on here because it might upset Harry. He said, "You put down a deposit and a non-refundable deposit, and we'll let you have a we'll let you have a overnight test drive."
Oh, that's cool. That's good.
And I went, "Shit, yeah, done, deal done."
Well,
Yep.
Deposits. That deposit would have been $150.
Yeah, reservation. Yeah.
Yeah. That's all it
put
is.
down a reservation to my car. Oh, I mean, to be fair, at that stage, I was probably 75% convinced I was going to buy one of these cars.
No. You already knew you wanted it. You just had to.
Oh, I knew
yourself.
I wanted it. I knew I wanted it. What I didn't know was, did I want the Tesla, or did I want to wait and have a look at an Ioniq 5? That was the decision I had in my head. So
yeah,
I then I signed my money over. I drove to one of the Hyundai dealerships that does EVs, because they don't all do them. Went there, I walked in, and I said, "Mate, I've got a pretty simple question for you. Realistically, what am I looking at? You know, how long before I can even see one of these things, and when can I buy it?" And he was like, you know, his best estimate was like November before I'll be in a car. And I just went, "Right, okay, no worries, thanks very much. I might see you for the Mark II," and walked away. So I'm about 95% now. I'm going to buy a Tesla, right? Rocked up on, believe it or not, on Wednesday. I hadn't found new blokes by that stage. Rocked up on Wednesday, picked up this car after work, you know, bought it out where I live, and yeah, it definitely drives very differently on the open road and in the bush and dodging kangaroos. I dodged 3 kangaroos in a test drive car. You know,
big shout out to Harry, who's watching this as well. It was all good, Harry. The car came back. What Shane did was he clipped the roo, but he just
I didn't clip a roo. I've been dodging roos for a long time. Leave me alone.
He went to his mate Poiter, the panel boiter, and you know, just buffed it out. It's okay.
Anyway, so we went for a bit of a drive around the hills here, and it happened to be my daughter's 17th birthday. Just pure coincidence. So we're like, all right, let's go out for dinner. So where can we go for dinner? We've got this nice car to go for a drive-in. Where would be an interesting and slightly different place? Oh, let's go to the Mundaring Weir Hotel. No worries. If you've ever been there, it's you know, it was like this to get in there. It's an interesting drive at night. That's where we dodged at least one or two of the roos. We get there and it's shut because of COVID. It's shut. So it's like, oh shit. All right, now where are we going to go? All right, well, let's go. The one that's halfway down Grayson Highway. All right, let's go there. So we're cruising down Grayson Highway. Oh, it's shut. Oh, crap. Where can we go? Oh, I know. Guess where we ended up for dinner?
Scarborough. No,
No.
no.
Try again. This is Wednesday 2 weeks ago. A week ago.
Somewhere in town? No. Not
Rose and Crown
Mandurah.
Hotel.
Sorry?
Rose and Crown.
Oh, the Rose and Crown.
Apparently you guys were there. I did not see another Tesla.
You mean last
but
week? Last
Yes.
Wednesday?
I mean, yes.
There were.
No, you know why? Because we were all in the beer garden, which is down the
Yeah,
back.
you were in the dodgy
Which is-
bit out the back. And we
Yeah,
went
which is
into the
separate from
restaurant.
Yeah.
So
Where
you
did
were
park
there.
your cars?
But
You were there in
there
a
was
loan car.
3 Teslas. There was 3 Teslas
Yes.
parked on the street in front of the pub. There was one in a camouflage wrap, and there was a white one and there was a black one on the street.
I was in a black loan car, and I parked out round the back because we had trouble finding a parking spot. We ended up parking out
They're
round
all
the back.
taken by Teslas.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, all the street parking was gone.
So
So,
did
yeah,
you
and
did you see any Teslas at all?
no, did not see. My daughter, however, did. One of my other daughters,
Yeah.
did see a white Tesla, and she knew I was on a test drive, and she said, "Oh, I wonder if that's Dad in his test drive car." It would have been one of you blokes.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But
That is
it was
hilarious.
it was a really fantastic experience, actually, because Harry had said to me, make sure, or not make sure, he said, I recommend you go to the hardware mob, the whatever it's called, there on the other side of the railway line.
Chris Dodd.
And use the 50 kilowatt.
Yeah,
Go there and make sure you use the 50 kilowatt charger. And I went, dude, I'm driving from here to home. We're going to go out to dinner somewhere, and I'm not going to be anywhere near there. And I'm not particularly interested. I'm more interested in watching it charge overnight on my 10 amp socket for an extension cord sort of deal. But then the next thing I found myself at the Rose and Crown, so I thought, oh, I wonder what the car says if I says find a nearby charging thing. So I talk at the car and it says charging location 300 meters away. I went, oh, that's too tempting. That's far too tempting. So dropped everyone off at the pub, popped around to the 50 kilowatt charger, and learnt a lot. I'm really glad Harry showed me where the emergency release thing is.
Yep.
Because I didn't know what I was doing and it got stuck. But that was entirely my fault. But I also got to see how quickly you can charge one of these things. Like it was, I mean, I've been driving like an idiot, so the charge was dropping off pretty slick style. But then I was just like, whoa. And I'm like halfway through dinner and I was like, hang on a minute. I think it's rude. It's bad etiquette to leave your car plugged in, fully charged, but my phone's telling me she's all good to go. So I better go and unplug it.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. And it's great that you worked it out yourself and you've got the...
I personally, I'd hate it if I was sitting there going, why is this bloke plugged in? And
Yep. In fact, there's someone I know that put a thing on PlugShare at UWA. So the worst etiquette, apart from being iced, which is when a petrol car parks in an EV bay, the only thing worse than that is if an EV is plugged in but not charging and taking up that space, because they of all people know full well what a hassle that is, because there aren't that many charging locations around.
Was this a hybrid one?
The one at UWA, yes.
I read these on PlugShare today.
Yeah, a hybrid. Unfortunately, Matt got the spelling incorrect. He called it a ion. What did he call it? A Iona or something. But it's an Ionic, and it's a plug-in hybrid. It's got an exhaust pipe and a petrol filler. And of course, this guy just took it as being, or lady took it as being free parking for the day. because you just plug in and that's it. You just walk away. But yeah, you're right, Shane. It's highly inappropriate to hog a space when you're not using it. If you're charging, by all means, be there and charge, but don't sit there and overdo your stay. But
that could have been
it's
David Kelly.
sorry?
I'm glad to hear you say that, because I got in trouble because I was in the pub and, you know, we just fit, like we walked in, we ordered dinner, and I went, you know what, I'm going to give this a crack. I'm going to go and see how this goes. We went off, and then it started raining and all the rest of
Yes,
it.
it did.
And I had trouble getting the plug in and out, and it was whatever. And I had to download the app, sign up for the app, respond to the email to sign up for the app, and all that sort of bollocks. And it's raining, and I'm like, what am I doing? Anyway, but then I plugged it in, went back to the pub. My dinner hadn't even arrived yet. And I was like, oh, okay, that's not so bad. Just as we finished dinner, the car had finished charging, and I'd knocked a few Ks off of it by then.
Yep.
And I went, oh, okay, I better go and unplug. And I got in trouble for going back to unplug, you know, because I was leaving the table and whatnot. But I didn't know how long this thing was going to take, did I? So, yeah.
You know, and the funny thing is, that is actually the slowest fast DC charger you can use. So had that been a version 3, a new supercharger,
100 kilowatt job,
all of that would have occurred in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, about as long as it took me to download the app and sign in.
Yeah, because a Model 3, a long range. Did you get a long range or a standard range plus?
No. That's where I'm really grumpy about that luxury car tax, because I really wanted a long range.
Yep.
But that luxury car tax, 10 grand turns into 15, 18 grand. And it's like, hang on a minute, what? I'm just buying a bigger petrol tank. Why am I paying more for a bigger petrol? I don't have to, you know, I've got a troopy out the back. I don't have to pay an extra 15 grand for a bloody long range tank in my troopy, do I?
Exactly.
No. So one thing you can comfort yourself with is a great advantage of the SR Plus is it's the lithium iron phosphate battery, which means that you can charge it to 100% all day, every day, which means
in fact, Tesla recommends that you do that.
Yeah.
It's not even my all day, every day. That's the problem. My all day, every day is 70 Ks, you know.
Oh, no, sorry, no, what I mean is you can set the charge slider to 100%. And it's entirely up to you. If you want to plug your car in at night, every night when you get home, you just plug it in, then
that's the plan.
It'll happily charge to 100% every day, which means that when you wake up in the morning, you'll always leave with a full charge. Now, had you bought a long and the indicated range on your car will be roughly about 380 Ks ish. Right, usable
on the computer, you mean?
Yeah. Well, when it's full.
Because it sort of depends who you talk to.
Yeah. Well,
on the sticker on the car it says 508.
Yeah.
On all the documents you read it says 408.
Yeah. It's about 400.
Says,
it's about 400 Ks, but it depends on lots of conditions. But the great thing is you'll get that whole range all day, every day. Now, if you got the long range version, yes, it has a bigger capacity battery, but on a day-to-day basis, you ought only charge it no more than 90%. So even though it's got probably 25% more energy, you can only use 90%. You can only go to 90% regularly. You can go to 100 occasionally, and it's perfectly okay to do that for other people watching who have long-range cars. But for longevity of the battery, regularly you only charge it to 90%. But in your standard range plus car, the new cars from Shanghai, you can charge 100%. So in one essence, yes, you can bemoan the fact that you've probably got, in reality, on average, maybe 50 k's less range, maybe in practical terms, or maybe a little bit, maybe 75 k's less range. It really doesn't matter. Day to day, you won't care. And on a road trip, you'll barely notice. And you've got a great value car.
Okay, that's the thing that had me. Well, there's two things that had me on the wanting to buy the long range. One was the boss at work has bought a $600,000 Ferrari, and I'm pretty sure the long range would flog him. But anyway, that's
in 0 to
it would
30,
go close.
off the mark.
Sorry?
It would. Off the mark, it would. The
Yeah,
first.
I'm wondering. I'm
0
actually
to
curious
30
if mine might beat him, might beat him as well. And I'm tempted to give him a crack. We'll see how we go.
It should beat him off the lights. Like for the first 100 meters, it would probably beat him because no internal combustion engine can beat electric on the first bit.
That torque, yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's not just the torque, but no petrol engine can compete with electric when it comes to traction control, because the electric motor can adjust so much quicker. By the time you get the explosion and everything with a petrol car, the wheels are already spinning. So
is the SR Plus 4-wheel drive, or is it a dual motor, or is it single motor, Pete?
Single motor.
Okay.
Rear-wheel drive.
Well, so is a Ferrari, isn't it?
But you can turn the traction control off, which is going to be great fun when I get to my brother's farm.
I didn't know you could.
Did I say that out loud? Oh dear. Whoops.
No, you can't. You can't turn it off. You can turn it onto mud or snow mode.
Snow mode. Snow mode.
Which
Yeah.
is slip. Yeah. It has limited. It's not full rooster tails. It's sort of limited
That's
slip.
okay. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you get track mode on SR Pluses, Pete? No.
No, just the performance.
But look, Shane, it's a great purchase. The only thing you'll regret.
I'm so excited.
You should be. And you're right to be excited.
The other thing with the that had me on the long range was that on paper I should be able to get to here to Albany camp and plug into a 30 amp charger and be okay. Are you telling me that's maybe a little bit pushing it there?
No, that's fine, because you can just fast DC charge at Kojana and top.
Sorry, here to Albany, here to Bremer Bay, here there's that sort of range distance.
No, you'll be fine. No, you'll be fine. So Bremer Bay.
Yeah, I can get there pretty easy from here to Koji to Bremer. Though that's easy. Here to Cal, I would need a top up.
Oh yeah, of course. No,
so when you say from here, are you talking? Where are you?
Gidgee, Perth.
Oh, okay, Gidgee. Okay.
Yeah, so Bremer Bay is there.
That
so
way.
Depending on which way you go, you could go via Katanning.
In my ice car, I would normally go to Wagen and turn off through Peaceville, go through Katanning and down.
Sorry, Wagen.
No, not
Wagen. Yes.
Yeah,
So
go through Wagen, go halfway between Wagen and turn off at that highway there. To
Yeah. Okay, so one good piece of news is that at the Wilshire Williams, there will be a supercharger within the next
3 months,
apparently. Three and a bit months. Basically, Tesla have said Q3, so that's up until the end of September. So notionally by the end of September, there will be a supercharger at Williams. And
yeah, but that's fantastic. That's a big step all the way to Esperance, because if you can charge there, the Williams Lake Grace Road is fine. You'll get there, no worries.
Yes. Oh yes, absolutely. So then you get to Lake Grace and you top up there. Now you'll have to do a bit of slow charging at Ravensthorpe or Munglenup.
Yeah.
But you can do that opportunistically. So what you do is the important thing is have a coffee, like have it incorporate your charging into something else that's useful, such as having a rest or tea or lunch or something. And don't sit in one place for hours on end. If there's another charging place 50 k's down the road, we'll just spend half an hour at one place and another half an hour at another place, and you break it up.
But just check on PlugShare to make sure there isn't someone there, just in case.
Yep.
Yeah.
Already.
Well, how often, it comes back to that same question that I was having before. How often do you guys find yourself in a remote place like that where you're waiting for someone?
Rarely, to be honest, rarely.
That's what I would have thought. I suspect that'll change in a year or two, but for now, that's,
Actually, it was funny when we did the Tokwa trip to Coolin, and Harold had his shark fin there. He drops the shark fin in. He's only just wired it up, and the first car that comes past was a Mitsubishi Fev Outlander. And I came in and said, "Oh, would it be okay if I have a charge?" Harold brought it down to charge we had how many, 7, 8 Teslas there?
Yes.
And the first car to charge was just a random, Mitsubishi Outlander.
Well, that's good to hear. That's magic.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was really hilarious because literally we had just lowered it from the back of my car, plugged it in, and this Fev just turns up. And he must have thought it was awesome because he's going, wow, there's fast DC charging everywhere, because I just turned up to this place and there it is. So yeah, we insisted.
No, you got to carry it. You got to carry it on your tow bar normally.
Well, I had intended to do that to demonstrate it up and down the west coast. Going all the way. I was going to take it all the way up to Kununurra to try and agitate to get fast DC chargers. But then once we finally got the announcement, it was actually late in December. Early in December, sorry, that the state government had finally committed to putting in the $20 million for the charging infrastructure.
21.
Up to
20.
I then thought, well, where's the best place? What's the best thing to do with this thing? And of course, because John Edwards has got his charger at Jurien Bay, 200 k's north of Perth, well, I figured the most logical place would be Geraldton, because then that opens up people visiting Geraldton.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also opens up Cowbarry, Horrocks, all that, and even going further to Coral Bay. At least if you can charge quickly from Geraldton, you have to top up at Billabong, but you can make it to Coral Bay in a day without too much pain and suffering. Or even Carnarvon, it cuts down the time to get to Carnarvon, because you need Billabong and one other roadhouse, which eludes me now. But that's so the charger that I was going to lug around the back of my car now is semi-permanently at Geraldton until the government puts in a charger at Geraldton, and then we'll move it to wherever there isn't one.
The next place is.
So it'll be the next most remote place. So at the moment,
so that's a fairly easy thing to that shark fin is a fairly easy thing to wire into the grid.
Yes, well, it cost a couple of grand to get it installed, to get it wired up. But that's because the contactor, it was actually Golden West Ice that have very kindly hosted the charger, or allowed it to be at their premises and plugged into their power. Although all the revenue, like everything, all the money that people pay to charge their cars goes straight to Golden West Ice to pay for the power and for their inconvenience. And it was very generous of them to allow us to have it there. But basically, when we had it at Coolin, we just had a 32 amp 3-phase, a 22 kilowatt cable basically, and we had the power limited to 22 kilowatts. So we could just go and plug it into any 32 amp outlet and it would work as a fast DC charger, which meant it's twice as fast as you can get on a Model 3 using an AC, using the AC equivalent.
Yeah, you're getting, so you're getting 22 kilowatts, but it's DC. So
Instead of, 22 of DC instead of 11 of AC. So the intention is that that charger will go wherever there isn't charging provided by the government. So if the government takes, puts a charger in at Geraldton, then we'll put it, at the next town that's further away. Until there are charges all the way to Kununurra, and then we might take it up the Great Northern Highway and put it near Meekatharra or something like that. So at least we can start opening up that route.
How much did that, where did that come from, and what sort of price tags attached to it?
That charger is about $35,000.
Really? That's it?
Yep. $35,000, including GST, will get you a 50 kilowatt fast DC charger. But the issue is, if you don't have a site that has plenty of power already connected, so let's just say you wanted to have that charger installed at your house because you just want to, because you just don't want to have to
be
wait
a nice
around.
thing to do. Yeah,
Right.
It's a nice thing to do for everybody else.
If you then apply to Western Power to have this appliance connected to your house, they will then say, yeah, that's very good, but your house officially only has a 32 amp three-phase supply officially, even though your boundary fuses are 80 amps or 60 amp fuses. They say officially we've allocated 11 kilowatts to your house. Sorry, 22 kilowatts to your house. If you want to fit a 50 kilowatt appliance, that's an extra approximately 25 kilowatts, and their capacity usage charge fee is approximately $1,000 per additional kilowatt. So that it's going to cost you between $20,000 and $30,000 that you pay to Western Power for nothing.
Bureaucracy, in other words. Yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, but the theory behind it is that
unless maybe if you're in an industrial estate, surely.
Well, look, if you've got, for instance, at Golden West Ice, they've rented what was formerly a crayfish processing building, and there was one circuit breaker that was 350 amps, three-phase, and the one that the charger is on is a 250 amp breaker that's spare. So there's plenty of power. There was no need to apply for anything because the power was already there. Bucket loads of power. But if you go to a new site, the reason why they charge this capacity usage charge is that notionally, if you add an additional 50 kilowatts of demand that they can't predict when that is, notionally they have to either upgrade a transformer, a part of a power line, a part of a generation station, or whatever. And their rough estimate of that cost is approximately $1,000 per additional kilowatt. So that's where the actual EV, the actual charger, that may only represent half the cost of the total install or the total job. So you might pay 35 grand for a charger, but you could spend 35 grand just to install it. So then 35 becomes 70. And that's the issue. So that's the problem. But if you're clever and you go to, say, like a big sports center or oval or something that's already got tons of lighting or tons of aircon or tons of whatever, then it just becomes a rounding error as far as load, and you can just go and install it for the cost of an electrician. So
if you're doing any sort of figures on, large numbers of these, if you just work on 50 grand as an average cost, that tends to work out in the wash.
Yep, so it's 50 plus, say, 35. So if you just want to round it to an easy 100K per site at a rough estimate, and that would be flash, that would be concrete works, that would be curbing, lane marking or whatever, all that bay marking and stuff. if you just call it a lazy 100K per site, then when you got $20 million, you could notionally, if it's all urban areas,
That's WA. We're done. That's
you could do
us.
200.
That's
you could do
200 charges.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, that's
But-
us. You put them in logical places. That's us done. Because back to your point earlier, as well in terms of paying for it, if I'm going to drive from here to Leonora, I'll happily pay $2 a kilowatt hour.
Yep.
Because the rest of the time I'm going to pay 20 cents a kilowatt hour.
Exactly. And that, yes.
Or less, because my solar panels will deal with it.
Yeah, and that's the whole point, because your time is much more valuable. You know, I spent 7 hours sitting on the side of the road to get to Carnarvon. 7 hours. And a few of those 7 hours I spent at Geraldton, where I walked from the Gerald Apartments to the Aquatic Centre, which was a fair old walk. That's about 2K walk, I think it is. And it's up and down hills and stuff. I then swam, I did a kilometre swimming at their pool, which I tell you what, in November, I thought it would be nice and sort of, well, not warm because it's not heated, but it wouldn't be freezing cold. They must have just filled it. It was so cold that my eardrums stung. Like it was just, ugh, anyway. But, you know, I had enough time to walk 2Ks to a swimming pool, swim a 1,000 metres, and walk back, and my car still wasn't charged. And then I had to go to Billabong Roadhouse and then go to whatever else it was, I forget now, and get to Carnarvon 7 hours, you know, after 7 hours of charging.
Yeah.
That's hard work.
Yeah, and that's rough, and there's no need for it. There's absolutely no need for it.
No, but on the other side, on the eastern seaboard, I could go from Canberra to Melbourne to the last supercharger before Adelaide, and that took less than 2.5 hours. And out of that, like I said before, I probably wasted about 20 minutes overcharging because I was talking to the guys in Melbourne at the service centre, at the showroom.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but yeah, and that was the really sorry, back to the night that I missed you guys somehow at the Rose and Crown. That was although it got me in trouble going to do this fast DC charging. That was the thing that really was enlightening, was that it doesn't have to be, you know, yeah, okay, every day of the week you get home, you shut the garage door, you plug the car in, you know, you come inside and make a coffee or whatever you're doing. But if you're going on a long trip and you can plug in and half an hour later the car is fully charged, I mean, by that stage I would have done a good 100K since, I mean, okay, the Tesla guys charged it up 100%, right? Of course they did. But I would have done a good 100Ks, and they weren't easy 100. I mean, I went up Red Hill, and one of the things I was doing was, let's see what happens when I go nice and slow, and then let's just bam it up Red Hill. And yeah.
It's quick. The first stop from Canberra is Gundagai, and that's where the dog on the tucker box. So Canberra, went to Gundagai. I didn't have breakfast. I had breakfast at Gundagai. Well, what I did was I plugged in to the supercharger and then went to the, I forget what it's called. It's got a green sign, but anyway, it's like it's not really a fast food restaurant, but anyway, it's a restaurant. Ordered scrambled eggs on toast and a coffee. It took 10 minutes to get my order. And just as I received it over the counter, my watch went off, and because the Tesla app is connected to the watch, and said that your car is ready. Yeah. It's ready to proceed on the trip. So it took 10 minutes to top the car up, the same time as it did to get my breakfast. And then what I did was I just sat the breakfast on my lap and drove down the Hume Highway on autopilot while I was eating it.
Yeah.
Safely, by the way, for those watching.
Sorry.
And that's the thing is that's yeah. Oh no, it's all good. It was very safe. But it just showed that stop at Gundagai was there was no compromise.
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't
so
have-
no,
I didn't
it's
have
a
to
zero
wait.
loss. Yeah,
Yeah, no loss because literally I plugged in, walked 10 meters, ordered breakfast. In the time it took me to receive the breakfast, the car was ready to go.
yeah, yeah.
And the same was
So
at the
you- so
next
you-
stop, at the place where Ned Kelly was, whatever, the next stop down the Hume Highway.
Glen Rowan.
Glen Rowan. Again, I went and got a chocolate sundae from a ice cream van across the park, and had a little walk around town, like a little look, just for curiosity as a tourist. And again, by the time I was finished with that, the car was ready to go.
Yeah.
So that's the
Yeah.
difference, and that will come to WA. Tesla's going to have one at Williams. They'll eventually have more. There'll be one north of Perth, or in the northern suburbs of Perth, in before September, and there'll be one in what they call Perth. So that might be slightly south or central or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
as
Q1
Peter said,
22, I think.
yeah, early 2022. Yes. Yeah. So Q1 2022. And as Peter has said in the past, the most logical place is Joondalup to put the so-called North Perth or north of Perth location. But that's only useful if you're a commercial vehicle like a taxi or something like that, where you need to charge quickly during the day, because you're not going to drive away from home to a supercharger and then drive back home. I mean, there's no point doing that.
No, if Tesla are wanting to make more sales in a place like WA, wait a while. That's what WA stands for, right?
Yeah.
If we're going to wait a while and they want to try and make some more sales here, putting a charger in, like a fast charger in Perth, actually doesn't make any sense to me. Bunbury, yep.
Yep.
Wagen, yep. Southern Cross, North.
The only use case. Yep, the only use case in Perth is a big one would be Swan taxis, or like the taxi fleets, or ride share, because you need to charge quickly because time is money.
True.
Or it's opportunity cost. So for commercial operations or taxis or something similar, or even the councils in some cases, that's useful. But for domestic,
that makes sense. Yeah.
But for domestic, it's pointless.
There is another use case, which is just from a psychological point of view. If you're buying a new car and you know you're now dependent on the charging, and you know you can get maximum 70 kilometers an hour from your home outlet, it just, you feel a lot more secure if you know, in a worst case situation, let's say you've got an emergency, you've got to go down the Mandurah for whatever reason, and you forgot to charge it last night, or the power went out, or what have you, you know that you can drive 5 or 10K and quickly charge up, and then head off. Yeah. You'll only be 20 minutes late in Mandurah or whatever.
I actually think that most people don't realise how few kilometres they drive.
Yeah, for 40 kilometres, the average is between 36 and 40 kilometres a day.
Yep.
That's the average car in Australia.
Yep. And I do double that. And everybody at work says to me, "Oh, you live so far away, you're miles away, it must take you forever to get to work." Well, actually, no, it doesn't, because I don't spend it sitting in traffic. I'm doing 100 k's an hour for most of that time. As soon as I hit the traffic, I hit the same traffic you hit, and you know what? I actually get here sooner than you do. So
exactly. Hey,
they don't realise.
It's after 11:30, which is almost a record. That's almost a record. That's like a Ben-Hur sort of session. So for Damon, big shout out to him for watching. He watches us in half-hour slots because that's as much as he can bear, and I don't blame him. So you got quite a few slots there, Damon, that you got to fill up in the day. So good luck with that. But But yeah,
we know Ashley watched one of the episodes all the way to the end because yeah, it was the last 2 minutes that I mentioned something. I think I mentioned him in the last 2 minutes, and he sent me a text the next day and said, "Oh, thanks for the shout out." I mean, you watched the whole bloody 3 hours? What's wrong with you?
Actually, see, Ashley, that was deliberate. We wanted to make sure that you could endure the whole lot right to the very end, right to the end credits. Which one day, if we can get around to it, we'll do end credits and start credits, and we'll have, you know, like we'll link videos and we'll go, oh, up in this corner, there's like, we'll link to that video.
We need to know how to operate technology to do that.
But I mean, our production values are so high. I mean, we do this as one take, and straight to tape. That's it.
Harold, I thought you were so cutting things off because Tesla shares just dropped below $600 as you said it.
Oh dear me. Well, you know, there's a buying opportunity if I ever see one.
That's right. It's a buying time.
Actually, I see them as 60160, but that's on my iPhone, and that's probably not accurate. And that's
mine's previous made as well. So yeah. But anyways,
actually, NASDAQ is saying 60141, but hey, look, there's a bit of, I think Pete will describe this as a bit of sector rotation. Tech stocks are a bit on the nose at the moment. I think that's because the Federal Reserve is rumoured, or they're worried that the Federal Reserve may start to increase interest rates because in the US in particular, there is some inflationary pressure.
Well, the report came out tonight as we were on air and came in a little bit higher than expected. So
that being inflation?
Yes, inflation.
Yeah. Yep.
So everything, yeah, ex food. Yeah.
And that's probably why actually the Tesla Model 3 prices lately have gone down, is because our exchange rate has strengthened against the US dollar. And part of that is because, you know, we know that the iron ore price is above $200 a ton. And it's all about supply and demand. And when a currency is in demand and there's less supply of it, or there's not enough supply of it, the price will just, or a limited supply, the price will go up. But there's also, the US have got a lot of inflationary pressure because of all this money printing. And they're printing the money faster than all other countries probably combined, I think. So
if you count M2 money supply, which is one of the measures, yeah, it's about 1% a month. It's more than 1% a month.
Wow.
It's about 15 to 20% a year.
Yep.
Which means, you know, people are sort of scratching their head about Elon Musk putting some money, you know, $1.5 billion of the US dollar cash reserves into Bitcoin. Well, that, you know, he's still got 17 billion sitting there, but that 17 billion will be worth 20% less, or, you know, its purchasing power will effectively be diminished by 20% in 12 months. Why wouldn't you put some of it in Bitcoin?
Exactly, because they can't spend it instantaneously. Because, you know, and that's one of the funny things. We were mentioning the Cybertruck at the start of the program. One of the great things is if you look at one of the drone YouTube channels, which if I could be bothered, I'd link over here. But you have a look at the car park, and one of the guys, I think it was Jeff, is it Jeff Roberts? I think it's Jeff Roberts. He said that it's approximately 1,000 bay car parking area. And sure enough, I sat there and I spent about 3 minutes counting all the cars, or I just counted one row of them and multiplied it. And sure enough, it's more than 1,000 cars in one of the car parks at the Gigafactory. So, you know, that just goes to show the intensity of how they're building this thing. And yet, you know, it still takes time. And Tesla can't spend that $17 billion all at once, you know, even if they tried.
Well, you probably could, but you wouldn't get very far. You wouldn't get very many more cars for it. So
well, Elon has always said that, you know, it's demand's not the issue, money is not the issue. It's supply the inputs, which is human resources and natural resources. Those are the two limiting factors.
It's the engineers and you know, the complexity of what they're building is just mind-boggling. You know,
There's plenty of us engineers around here in WA. We know how to do stuff real quick. I'm going to bring it all the way right back to the start, and I'm going to say we should build a gigafactory here.
well,
That'll get us some fast
Well,
charging.
we've got everything. You know, with the lucky country, we've
There we go.
got pretty much
Right back to the start.
every mineral that goes into a battery. We've got one of the best solar. Well, we've got the best solar resources of any continent in the world. We've got one of the best wind resources with all the roaring 40s down the bottom of Australia. We've got the know-how. We've got a stable. You know, we're first world country.
Yeah,
We've got plenty of space. We've got good shipping routes. You know, we just don't have political leadership.
Yeah, we do. We've got a marketing manager. We're all good. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Marketing manager who's Scotty from marketing, who managed to, there was over 100 solar farms that have been open while they were in power over the last 3.5 years or so. They've managed to, so there hasn't been a single Liberal or National minister or any representative from either party that has attended one solar farm opening, except the one that Twiggy Forrest did a few weeks ago, where Scott Morrison came. So he did an opening speech at a solar farm. And guess what's the one word that didn't feature not even once during his whole speech?
solar.
Yeah.
No?
What, really?
He's opening a solar farm. I don't know how long the speech went for, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, who knows? That is the one word he did not mention in the whole speech.
Why is it so bright out here? Oh, well, the lights are on really bright. You know, must be all the camera flashes.
Wow.
Okay. Hey, on that note, it probably is a good time to wrap up this Ben-Hur of an episode.
Sure.
Once again, everyone who's watching, Elon included, and others, thank you for doing so. Please like and subscribe, hit the notification bell. Although you always know it's every Wednesday, so it's all good. And for all of us here, thanks for being here. It's always good fun. Look after yourselves, take care, and we'll catch you next week.
Nice to meet you guys in person.
Likewise, Shane. See you guys.
Take care. All right.
Yeah.
See you guys. Night.